When the human know the nature of something, that thing can't conquer the human no more. But soon as something is mysterious in nature, it creates that cognitive dissonance, that moment of confusion, and that's when the serpents strike.
Right.
But as soon as you become aware of what you're dealing with, man, that shit don't work on you no more. That stuff don't work on you no more. That's why I had to tell you who put the conjure in play, what the conjure did, how it worked, where it's at, who done it. Because when more of us recognize this, oh, it don't work on us no more. We woke now. You put me to sleep with a blood ritual on a constitutional mandate with one of the chief's blood, because the blood of the righteous not be spilled in blood. It don't work on me no more. That spell is at that point broke.
Right.
Any spell that's on something only works because they don't understand what it is and the mechanics of it. Your spirit body will automatically protect you when you learn the nature of the spell. That's part of the free will universe rules. But as long as you're in ignorance and you are doing nothing to change your ignorance level, then you're allowed to stay in bondage until you decide to wake up. Right? Because when you're not in the mental state to lead yourself, you need a shepherd to lead the sheep. Otherwise, you got the blind leading the blind straight into a ditch.
Damn, bro. This some deep stuff, man.
Look, it's not deep though. It's real simple. It seems deep because it's so basic. It's basic understanding from the higher realms that we turn off on purpose because we don't want to offend the rest of the people who ain't woke up yet. Because we tiptoeing through grandma's house because we got the uncles and aunties in these different rooms sleep. And if we wake one of them up, they going to come out yelling, and that's going to wake the rest of them up. Now everybody yelling at all the kids. So we don't want to wake nobody up. So when we start to wake up, we start to isolate. We don't wake nobody else up too soon. And the system design is that, wait a minute, ain't nobody tell you to wake up before everybody else, and it punishes you. Remember Dick Gregory saying, you know what's dangerous is when the universe pick you. But when the universe pick you, you put these glasses on, you can't take them off.
Yeah.
What I say? Huh? What I say? Huh? Hear me?
Yeah.
Hear me? Bobby Dick or something else.
He was something else. I mean, he was something else, man. Oh man. Shout out to Dick Gregory, man. Bless his soul. Yeah, let's get to some Q&A from the family. We're gonna do a brief. We at the 50-minute mark. We're gonna do a quick Q&A. Give me some questions. Wow, this is powerful, right, y'all? Damn, I had Q Reeves on, then I had Blue Pill, then it's been the last 3 days been fire, y'all. Oh man, these brothers been going in the last 4 days.
Hey, I finally got to link up with Dane Calloway on Legendary Top Cat on the Three Chief combo.
Right.
Man, the people ate that up, but we had such a smooth conversation. Right, because we all, we don't have a fundamental difference to separate us, because we all know what's going on a different level for regular people. Our conversation is more of where your blind spot at. Oh, I see. This is where your blind spot at. Let me see yours. Okay, that's your blind. So we enhancing each other's perception. This is the purpose of steel sharpens steel. When two men come together, it's like steel sharpens steel. But man, we've been on rock. Look, between what you've been doing, Young Elder been doing, and I've been doing independent, man, we've been on fire. We've been on fire. For real. We've been on fire. The people is starting to see all of the stuff that we've been saying over the last couple years since me and you first met. You've been doing this half your life.
No, facts.
You know what I'm saying? At least. Yeah. And then you people don't know, Brother Rich, when you was over there with Sarnetta, you sat with some head banging heavy hitters.
Oh yeah.
And they was from both sides of the fence. Right? They come from different backgrounds, different schools of thought. They all swear they right with somebody else reference.
Indeed. Yeah. Wow.
I'm gonna argue this man pointing to you submit.
man, oh man, wow.
But you done been with some big wigs, so you was being trained according to your book of life by being exposed to the people based on your character that would allow you to see your vision for yourself and your family. You know, somebody could call Rich at the wrong time and you answer his phone and say, yeah, brother, I look like talk to you, but it's family time right now. I'm gonna have to catch you later. And they not gonna never get offended because of who you are and the way you do your business and the way you tend to your family. We understand what you're doing. So when you say that, it's like, okay, bro, holler when you can.
Yeah, no facts.
Right, because you got your structure.
Yeah.
And then you got to sit around people and watch other people do it while you was growing up. You probably was still in high school watching that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Most of us don't have that luxury, brother. Most of us don't have that luxury to sit around the tight. I mean, some of the people that came through Sinetta since you was there, man.
Man, amazing people.
I mean, like James Smalls, that's one by itself right there.
Yeah.
The professor, the one Tupac called right before he died.
That was James Small, I think.
Yeah. Okay, I'm thinking about another one. That was
Professor Copper. Or
yeah, him too. But all them guys was there. Brother Valentine was there. You got to see them in the early days. Delbert Blair. You got to see these people.
Yo, Ron, Delbert Blair, I'm gonna tell you, if you ever met him in person, he had a unique energy to him. He, out of everybody I've met, he felt like an extraterrestrial. You know what he felt like? He felt like a beam of light. You know how you go around certain people and it's a person. Blair's energy. That dude felt like a beam of light, bro. Like he was light. Dude was light.
I didn't know nothing about who Delbert Blair was when I was about 12 years old. We was staying in this. We was visiting my auntie in Chicago. It was 75th overall exchange somewhere. And my sister's boyfriend at the time used to always go listen to his lectures. And one day he brought him home with him. And this was like 80, maybe 81. And I couldn't stop looking at this dude. And I didn't know why. I was like, I can't take my eyes off him. It was like he was polarizing to me. But remember, I don't know nothing about nothing at this time. I don't even know who Farrakhan is yet. Right? But I'm looking at this dude. I'm like, this dude ain't regular.
Yeah.
And the only thing I could do is just compare him to me. I'm like, he kind of not regular like I'm not regular. Right? So I went to talk to my mom. I said, who was that man? And she said, I can't tell you who he was, but just know he was somebody that you needed to see at the time. And then I didn't find out who he was till years later. I caught him when I first started. Okay, so it's a brother that I was locked up with named Hart Eel. Hart Eel had all of the heavy hitters cassettes. And I used to go through them. And one of them was, I think was Dr. Delbert Blair. And I was like, I'm going to find this dude when I get home. He in Chicago. Right? But I didn't get to go to Chicago when I got home because I ended up having to take care of my mama because the day after I came home, she virtually died.
Sorry to hear that.
Right? So she stayed in the coma for like 6 days. And then, she come out the coma. So I ended up not going to Chicago. So I started researching, looking for him in the internet back then. And I finally found some videos of them, but they wasn't YouTube videos. They was on somebody's website. And I was watching. I'm like, man, this dude right here. And then I was just on Delbert Blair for a while.
Yeah, man. That was shit. Like I said, Blair, a lot of them, man. Bobby Hemmett. They was Richard King. They was just on the next level, man. But let's get to some. What you say, Rod?
I love to have met Dr. Richard King.
Yeah, I never got to meet him. I would have loved to have
that black dot science. A lot of people don't know that's black root science, black dot science, melanin science, the science of the 9 ether. When you go through Dr. Carol Byrne, Dr. Richard King, then you go get Afro Unu, then you go to Jamaica for the Holy Pibby and the Sacred Parchment Scroll of Black Supremacy, and you start seeing that they talk different languages, but it's a key thread to all of this information. This is what they call African root science. It's a cold piece of work.
Indeed. If y'all want to show some love to the brother Rod, I know you're always asking about the brother's Cash App. I know a lot of y'all remember it, but I got to put it on the screen regardless. $ SIK, SIKAPE, $ SikApe. You want to show love and support to the brother for providing us. The brother's been rocking with me for about 2 or 3 years now, and it's just every single show has been action-packed, electrifying, filled with information from start to the end of it. So make sure you'll show love to the brother Rod Hayes on the Cash App, $ SikApe, that's SIKAPE. With that being, galactic event. Somebody, the Gathering of the Masters is a galactic event. That's what it is. It's a galactic event. That's what it is. But let me put this on the screen one time. Let's get to some questions. Okay, Rod. Is it okay to have to cut off my parents due to my own growth, like they're addicts stuck in abusive relationships? They lack accountability and respect, Rod. Cut off big mama, Rod. That's a hard one.
It is. But remember, birds push they chicks out the nest so they know they can fly. Sometimes the behavior of the parents mean go get yourself together.
I'll be right back.
Go get yourself together and then come back and deal with us later if you have the love for them. But some people, abuse be so obscene that we never recover from it to have a functional relationship with those family members. But remember, you relatives by blood, you family by that bond of affection that keeps y'all tied together through thick and thin. You can't be going through the thick and thin with somebody gonna leave you every time it get thick. You're gonna either be with me or you're not gonna be with me. And sometimes you have to stand on your own 2 feet in order to control your circle when you become an adult. Your parents got you to adulthood. Their job was done. Now your parents and your association with them supposed to be a luxury for you and for them to see you living your best life in this realm. For them to be part of seeing you live your best life, that's supposed to be their blessing to see. But some people burn those bridges. If you can't make it work, you got to do what you got to do. But you can't force around a peg in a square hole. It just don't fit.
All right. Let's get to the next question. Peace, family. Since there is no original thought and money is nothing but a collective agreement, is it a violation of spiritual law to monetize universal knowledge?
The way that the old priesthoods used to work is they never charged what people gave out of gratitude. Right? This is why I don't charge, but I accept donations, because the gratitude keeps the energy cycling. Right? But you got a lot of people out here charging to do spiritual work because the churches got us used to every time somebody do spiritual work, they have to charge. But you're not supposed to have to charge, because if what you offer in the revelations of the universal knowledge to other people, their gratitude will compel them to compensate you on their own without you trying to solicit them for funds. Then when the system change over, all them people that been scamming, their money ain't gonna be no good anyway.
Money as we know it, do you think it's going to be around 150 years from now, and 20, 40, 30, 40 years from now, Rod?
All the money is the way for, if you do something for me, I have to give you something tangible to compensate you for your time and your efforts to assist me in my need, which is a form of gratitude. But it's a way to keep the communication balanced. Because some people don't got no skills, but they got a whole lot of currency sitting around.
Right.
So they got to pay the plumber, the electrician, they got to pay the guy to come cut the grass, they got to pay the mechanic to change the tire. All of the stuff that they would be able to do on their own, they have to use currency to get done because they don't know how to do nothing. This is what the society is cutting us off from what we used to call Uberman or the Superman or the man that was the universal man. Remember that Leonardo da Vinci drawing with the man on the circle with the three arm positions? Yeah. It's called the universal man. That symbol was symbolizing the man that knew how to do many different things with his hands. Right? And they each hand from the position is it's a code to the work that he did. Right? So he only got 2 feet when he stood the Vitruvian man. It's also called the universal man. But this is what the symbol is, the representation of the energy of the man who can do more than 1 or 2 things. Right? It's a jack of all trades, the master of none. But the jack of all trades is better than the master of one. Right? So if you only know how to do one thing, you limit your value. The more stuff you can do, the more value you create within your circle. Right? So everybody know which uncle to call to fix the car, which cousin to call to cut your hair. We all know that, but we don't know that one person used to do all of that stuff. One person used to be able to be the barber, the dentist, the surgeon, the doctor, the lawyer. We used to know it all because it was part of early education. But now, the way that the system designed, they want to create a race of workers. They want to turn us from being constructive and productive to being drones. Supporting the system that don't care nothing about us. The system is emotionless. It's heartless. It has no compassion at all. It was created to not have compassion. And all of the things that make it function is the varying division sciences of war that's being applied to the people under sociology. Right? They don't micromanage one individual unless he's very powerful. Normally, they manage groups using sociology, which they call herd behavior or chattel behavior. By moving with the group, you can easily control a group better than you can one person. All you got to do is look for the antagonist. Always pluck the antagonist out of and it won't never wake the rest of them up in order to rebel. So that's why everything is structured the way it is.
Let's get to another question. Family, don't spam the chat with the same question. It takes away the enjoyment of the chat room for everybody participating in it. But don't spam, don't put your question 20 times. Why is there war in the spiritual world, Rod Hayes?
Look, this is because you need to use the term war to understand the conflicts between energies. When you talk about war in the upper realms, you're talking about 2 opposing forces of energy trying to jockey for position to occupy the same wavelength.
Mm-hmm.
It's more like sound canceling out sound than it is blood guts warfare of the humans.
Mm-hmm.
So
Right.
it's just the energies moving in the spirit realm, but we had to use the person, place, or thing concept to teach the 3D reality what's going on in the upper realm. So now you have to create superheroes, gods, demigods, great men of valor. All these is energies, and the energy is described in the description of the character of the person.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you know what energy is at play. It's the same with your great grandparents not physically here no more, but they left an energy signature called you that they was here.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And it's the same in the spirit realm. There's the energy signature, but the energy signature play out in the physical realms. So if two energies come from two different parts of creation and converge at a central location, it causes a reaction. If the wavelength is different, it causes a conflict. If they the same, it causes asymmetry. Right? If the two wavelengths are different, they're gonna clash first, but they will sooner or later find what's called a common harmony. That's called a war in heaven. When you start looking at everything as an energy as opposed to a being, a person, place, or thing, a noun concept, it allows you to see things clearer in the physical than you thought you would ever be able to see without ever having glasses.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's just changing perception,
Change your perception.
tuning perception. Right. So we talk about the great father walked the sky with the black dog on his heels. Right. And on Earth, the high chief walked the earth with a black dog, and you used it as a comparative analysis. Well, we know that the great father that walked the sky with the black dog on his heel, that's Osiris with the dog star from Sirius on his heels. Right? So now it's in a anthropomorphized form. I can use it as a teaching tool better and let somebody come along and add mystery to it and tell you that it means something different than what it means. Now it's harder for you to translate it.
Right, right. Okay. Let me get to another question. Where's this question I want? Okay. Rod touched on the split soul earlier. Is that a twin soul / flame?
No, a good example of a split soul is what W.E.B. Du Bois wrote about in The Souls of Black Folk. It's a chapter called The Warring Soul. So the world tell you who they think you are. Everything that you believe about what the world told you are, that's your ego self. And everything that you know you are without nobody telling you is your true self. The goal is to make the ego self, to purify the ego self, is to get rid of the stuff that don't properly represent you in the world's perception out of your own acknowledgement. Right? And once you realize that the true self was the self you thought you was the whole time, this is the warring soul, split soul, dual soul. The twin flame is the one that you was promised to in the earlier life, and you drawn together by the forces of that union, and you come together in a future lifetime. Right? A twin flame, you come in soul groups. You can only have a twin flame when you come in a group less than 3.
That's interesting.
So it's like being a twin versus being a septuplet. Right? And the twin flame, that flame is that solar plex or the inner light being of the same essence. Normally it's way more than 2. But for the unique individuals, there's only one of a kind. Your twin soul might not even live in your lifetime. But if they do and y'all meet, y'all cause a reaction in your environment, and they say they soul's on fire. Right? Osho said it best. He said, a wise man is a fire, alive. A fire, living. So when the wisdom is activated, the one who has the essence mirrored to yours, that's your twin soul, or your right. That's not your twin flame. Your twin flame is from the same soul essence, and it's only a few of us born with a twin flame. Most of them is born with a twin soul, or somebody that they was paired with in a prior life, that in the future life they come back together, because that union has to be satisfied in order to balance out the karmic agreement. That also go for the parents you born to. Like, so like normally when we come back in the family line, we come back through our favorite offspring. My favorite daughter's favorite daughter. Right? So Big Mama come back through that daughter. Right? Or my favorite grandchild, or my favorite great-grandchild. Yeah, I'm coming back through this one. Right? And you'll find yourself watching the children in the family to determine who got the qualities that can teach you what you need to live your best life. And normally them the ones that the most people want to come through. Those the mothers with 10 children. Most loved, most respected throughout the family. All of them want to come back through her. We remember, like, we don't remember when women used to have 20-something babies.
That was wild. Grandma used to get busy, man.
Yeah, but it wasn't as long ago as we think it is.
Yeah.
You know, that was the you know, they just had babies. They didn't have no concern for. They had the farm. They could feed as many as was born.
Yeah.
So it wasn't. It's an issue under this modern central bank monetary system, where inflation makes sure that the next generation can't enjoy what the last one did.
Yeah, man. They would probably look at the way we live in and be like, damn, like they farming, they got eggs and shit like that. Like I hear people all over the internet. You go to the store, everybody complaining about the price of eggs, $10 if you want some what they call that, free range. Yeah, free range eggs. So it's just like this shit is insane. What did this the way the finances is operating in this realm? $10 for eggs. What if you got a family of 3, bro? Like that shit is like, bro, like this shit is wow, man.
It's about to get worse. You don't know the biggest egg manufacturer in America just burned down.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Last week. So the price of eggs about to be about $30 a dozen in a minute.
$30 dozen eggs. Imagine, y'all. Wow. $30 dozen egg. Wow. Wow, that's some real shit right there. Okay, let's get to we're gonna do 2 more questions. Then we're gonna get out of here. Having a good time. We got about 2,500 people in the chat. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Enjoying this Thursday. Today's Thursday, right, Roddy? Yeah, Thursday. Enjoying this Thursday night. There was a question I wanted to get to. Hold up. But the chat is moving so fast. But there was a question. I didn't save it. All right, let me ask. Shout out to Kwame Sunhorse. That brother be on the channel sometimes. Elder that be on the channel. He says, Rod, are we dual consciousness in one body human?
Well, we multidimensional beings. Your consciousness can enter any dimension. Where your consciousness is focused at is where you awake at the time. Right. So In this timeline, your consciousness is fully online here. But on another timeline, it's fully online there.
Right.
Remember Jet Li the One?
Yes.
It's kind of like that. Now, if you can take your focus from all them other dimensions and bring them into one dimension, all your multidimensional selves, then you become what's called the unified soul. I think I got a book called Soul Retrieval. It's a how-to manual, and one of the things it talks about is bringing other parts of yourself from other dimensions to assist you in this one. Right? So in other dimensions, you might be killing yourself off to get to this one.
Damn.
Right? But you don't know it because you're not experiencing the death in that dimension because you're experiencing the life in this one. So that I think that's more than dual consciousness. And the only way I could call it is multidimensional.
Multidimensional.
Yeah.
Ooh, man. All right, Rod. Why? Shout to Peace Priestess. I think you in the Discord chat too. So shout out to you. She wants to know, why are we experiencing this long heat wave?
First, it's not a heat wave. We establishing a new norm of temperature because when the cycles went from lunar to solar, right? It was the transitional period that's been going on for the last 50, 60 years of climate change. The government been telling us this fallacy about some shit called global warming that don't exist according to the paradigm they feeding us. But what it is the sun cycle coming online. When the sun cycle come online, the temperatures of the planet rise. The heat becomes more intense. The solar rays become more intense. Because now, especially at the beginning, like right now, the solar rays are sending in correction data to DNA of all species. This is why you're having all of this solar activity going on more than we had in our lifetime, because now on the flip side of the Maherta, the sun is doing what it do. It's sunning.
Sunning. Indeed. Yeah, I seen, so I had some super chats I didn't answer. So we're gonna do two more real quick. All right, Rod. In ascending or transitioning to the afterlife or the next dimension, what is the difference from passing from natural causes, being killed, or taking your own, unaliving yourself? Because I don't want you.
So if you do it to yourself, you're gonna revert back and come back and do it all over again immediately.
I appreciate that question too. I appreciate that question. Yeah.
If somebody else put you out your misery, then you're gonna review your book of life, because that's probably the exit you ascribed in your book of life. If it's not the exit you describe, you have different options than the one who took his own. You had an option to come in as a walk-in. You don't have an option if you take your own. You have an option to be born with a certain level of skill sets that get you advanced to the level you was when you was unceremoniously removed. Natural causes is always your natural exit. So on that side, you get the plethora of things you can choose from, because now you're looking down on creation from a higher realm of energy. You can determine if you want to come back, when you want to come back, what conditions you want to come back under, who you want to be associated with. You get to put all that together before you make a move. I be listening to people talking about a reincarnation soul trap. That's not true. The only reason they saying that, because Earth, the souls that's natural and organic to the Earth naturally come back to Earth. The only way you can stop a soul that's natural to somewhere from coming back there is you got to take it to an unnatural location where it'll come back in that location, because that's the closest thing to Earth that it can experience at that time. Right? So it'll come back there. So you heard me before say there's certain people that can't die here because we don't want them to come back here.
All right, let's get to this last question. This person wants to know, where's it at? Why don't aliens never abduct black people?
They do. They do. That's part of the what we call racist narrative. In order to push the racist agenda, they had to make somebody seem more valuable than us. Right, but they abduct all people on all lands. Right, and it's a long, drawn-out historical record of it, even in prehistoric temple writings. So it ain't nothing new. Is they probably take more of them because they monitoring their genetics to see how they assimilate in their drop of blood.
Right. You're right. You think aliens come while we sleeping and teach us shit, and then we wake up, we be having answers, and they done told us certain shit while we sleep?
Well, they can telepathically give you information, and you would think you thought it up if you don't understand telepathy. If you understand how telepathy works, you will know exactly when it came in, and if you know how to read oracles, you can find out who sent you the message.
So sometime when you think it came from your higher self, it came from an alien, you saying sometime?
Well, your higher self an alien because your higher self ain't from here.
Right. There you go.
They religious God an alien because he ain't from here. They angels is aliens because they ain't from here. Right? All of them is extraterrestrials, some extra on Earth.
Yeah, this was fire. Yeah, Maximum Rising. Yeah, this was fire. Yeah, this was definitely. I think Kendrick Lamar put a battery in Rod Hayes, man, because he was extra on it tonight, man. So shout out to Kendrick. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I think we're gonna let me see the minute concern part. Yeah, I think we're gonna let me just ask this last one, Rod, because this person seemed like they really want to, they feeling where's he? Y'all got the chat moving so fast. Okay. All right, here we go. All right, this person is stuck in a certain position. This person is asking, when are we going to get real results of change? And that's a genuine question. This person may feel like shit is just stagnant here on Earth. So they like, when is,
Ain't nothing the same today that it was yesterday. No matter how same it looked, it has changed. We in a microwave McDonald's culture. Fast food, hurry up, give it to me right now. We waiting on the change, but the change is changing. And we can't see it because we want it to hurry up.
Right.
Hurry up. And the sad part about it is that's the same thing I was asking, and I kept getting the answer, take how long it take. Don't mean we have to like the answer. Right? It don't mean we have to like the conditions. But change is gradually taking place, and at some point the old system is going to be so obviously gone to people that they're going to be like, wait a minute, what is we doing? They've been running this this parody Joe Biden presidency. They finally start letting it leak into the mainstream media that they've been running the show. It's called soft disclosure. They don't tell you the whole thing. They just kind of like telling you to get you ready for what they about to tell you. Soft disclosure. Hard disclosure is shock and awe when they just drop it in your lap and say, you figure it out from here. The change is taking place. They setting the stage for the grand finale. So while they setting the stage for the grand finale, all we can do is hurry up and wait.
Right.
Because when it roll out, it's going to be according to the collective and the awareness of the collective. And the more of us they become aware that the change is taking place, the faster it happens.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. Shout out to Miss Jar. Miss Jar says she just got a ticket. Shout out to you. I'm gonna be sending out the Discord link again tonight, family. If you didn't get it, maybe check what email you left with Eventbrite, because sometimes people that leave an email that they don't even know they left with Eventbrite. So check, because the link is getting sent to whatever email you left with Eventbrite. But I will be sending out a link tonight to everybody. Rod, I should send you the Discord link. With the people in there chatting, talking about life, just having high vibrational conversations, man. I should send you the link so you can just chop it up with the people. You know, whatever you want, just chime in on there, chop it up with them. You know what I'm saying? Say what's up.
It's highly unlikely I'm gonna pop up on Discord.
Oh, you don't mess with Discord?
You know what? I just got Discord, so I ain't really sure how it worked. But you know what? Dana one made me download Discord.
Oh, okay. Oh, Dane got a Discord. Dane Holloway?
Yeah.
Okay,
so he wanted me to do a live with him and Brother Top Cat. And I've been waiting for so long to do the live with him. He was like, I'll be on Discord. I'm like, I don't got Discord. He said, you got to download Discord. I'll go and downloading it now. Right? Because I know it's for the culture. It's so important.
Yeah.
It's huge for the culture.
Oh, yeah.
So we seen Kendrick bring the Unity display out in Cali. Watch what follows, because you're going to have other artists from other areas doing something similar. Now, whether to get broadcast or not is another animal. Because they might, after what Kendrick just did, they might try to put it all on the back burner. So we got to be citizen reporters when we see these Unity displays. Go live right then when you see it, because they're not going to tell us. When you see brothers clicking up to do something that's right, go live right then, because they don't want us to see what we doing for the algorithm of his computer network that he been trying to censor us on. So when you doing something unifying and benevolent for our people, everybody go live that's present, even if you ain't looking at it on your phone, and just go live from the same location. Hijack the algorithm, they gonna bow down in respect.
Powerful. Hey man, family, with that being said, I know y'all enjoyed tonight's live. Rod, I want to thank you once again for coming on the live, my brother. As usual, you did your thing.
Appreciate it, brother. I always enjoy myself coming over here.
Indeed. I gotta have you on again soon, man. I want to do one of them panels again, man. It was fun when you was on here with Sharif and Blue Pill, man. That joint was fun, man.
Man, the people love that.
Yeah, that was
they love that.
Yeah, I gotta get.
There was some good brothers to be on with, because they easy to talk with and talk to.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, that was a powerhouse.
For real. I want to get you back on with Billy again, man. That one you and Billy did was groundbreaking, man.
You know how many people asked me when I was coming back on? When you in Black Magic gonna have Billy Cosby back on again? I say, brother, that's not my show. I can't tell that brother what to do.
we go make it happen. We go make it happen, y'all. We gonna get Billy, Rod, and somebody else. We gonna have a third Anunnaki spokesperson on.
Was the ones that they had the bounty on their head, and how they incorporated the servants they brought over here. They warrior class servants that, they send them to war. And, the first people they send in is the priests. So that's called the soft sell. That's just to get their foot in the door. But once you let their foot in the door, they going to bring in their homeboy, their cousin, their uncle, and everybody. Right? So, let me see who want to come up here. Nobody ain't requested yet to come up. So, anyway, so I was explaining how they had bombed the women's retreat, the Califia Queen Castle, that Disney, the replica of the Disney Castle, Tinkerbell. That's the replica of the castle that used to sit on the island that they call Alcatraz now. And it was a woman's resort where the priestesses from all over the world used to go there and, learn how to be in the highest feminine mode, and that's so they don't carry on generational curses. They used to go to the retreat to learn how to navigate their own energy and live their life like that, right? So I was explaining, when they was coming over here looking for the gold with the 49ers and how they was scalping the chief, but it was a few things that I forgot to mention. Like the old chiefs down in Arkansas, the land of the razorback, where they'll split your back with a razor. Right? Them chiefs that like to use the knives, They talk about the Mexicans using knives. Them chiefs in Arkansas used to cut you fast as they can call you by your name. Probably by the time you get your name out, you've been cut every which way but loose. J.D. Walker's. That's J.D.'s revenge. J.D. Walker, boy talker. You know what I'm saying? So all these ancient stories or stories about people that was in our culture is the swastika symbol is found all around the world. Somebody asked that question. Because the swastika is a symbol for balance with nature, and when it's in reverse, that means that somebody is going against nature. It's invited up the only person that's in there that's trying to come in and ask questions. I'm gonna see if they let her in or him. Dang. Hey.
Hi. I was just.
How you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing magnificent. Thanks for asking.
You fasting? Did you say you were
No, I'm not.
fasting?
No, I didn't say I was fasting. I'm not fasting right now.
Oh, okay.
I did enough of that. I did enough of that for a lifetime, especially when I started this process going through the dark night.
Going through
I was
your
fasting, so
priesthood?
yeah. So it's like an initiation, but it's also part of your spiritual development. When your emotions is out of control, you fast because if you control your appetite, it gives you more control of your emotional and spiritual body. So when you going through a crisis, um, and you meditating, you trying to center yourself. And fasting facilitates you centering yourself because once you get past a certain point in your fast, you start to feel the energy moving through your body, and then you be able to realize that the emotions is just for navigational purposes. You're not supposed to live there. You're only supposed to visit for a little while.
Well put. Yeah. I
So,
felt some energy go through me on a 40-day fast. I felt I lifted off the ground. I had to I had to put down the totem I was holding. I had a hawk wing, and I was shaking that thing, and it was moving all on its own. And then I started lifting right off the ground. I was like, oh, I better put this thing down. I'm gonna fly right out of here.
you said you was doing a ritual with a hawk wing.
Yes, sir.
What tribe you from, sweetie?
Well, I know for a fact my father told me we were Blackfoot, and I know for another fact that Chief Joseph M. Hazard is my grandfather.
So the ritual you doing with the feather, them the bird clans ritual. Now you got different bird clans that use different symbols from different birds. By you using using the hawk wing. Was it brown or red hawk?
It's the spotted one with the white and the brown.
Oh, that's the brown and
Yeah.
white one. So that's the overt clan that you from, which is your rituals come from, right? Your hawk totem would be the black and white hawk, the one that you use the wing for. So you tapping into the frequency of the totem energy when you using the implement made from the totem animal. But
The
it has
directional,
what's
north, south,
right.
east,
And
west, that had a lot to do with it getting to my north gate, if you know what I mean. Like when I would face that direction, and then I'd feel the energy. This serious.
yeah. So the old culture, while you were doing your ritual with the overt, they had the Black Hawk chief from the Black Hawk stealth priests are the warrior priests.
Oh.
And they was similar ritual 9 out of 10 simultaneously with you without y'all even knowing it. Because they follow the energy that the priestess put out and they try to pick the energy up to translate for the clan wherever they at what message is being relayed about conditions across the land.
A strong wind flew in from the east gate.
And that's why they call it wind talkers.
What are they called?
Wind talkers.
Okay.
But a tribal code talker, like the Navajo code talkers or wind talkers, all tribes have priests that is trained in it because they talking to each other telepathically and they reading nature to pick the message up on both sides. We call that knocking to a knockback, right? Code flippers.
The
So the
Douglas
code
fir
flippers,
trees as well.
right? Yeah.
Wisdom trees.
That's the fir is the evergreen, the eternal tree of life, the tree that never dies, meaning that even when it snows outside, it's still green. It's forever green, right?
Yes, that's what
Green
I
is
thought.
the greenhouse is the ones who responsible to maintain the balance in the foliage of the planet. Those are the women that they call Earths in the 5% nation.
In
The
fact, the
brown
women, I could feel them coming over the Wind Talker channel asking me to put the pines on the altar. And yeah, they really like, because not everybody has the evergreen, if you know what I mean.
yeah. So when the women talk, they talk in groups.
Mm-hmm.
And the high rank in the group talk to the other groups telepathically. And the best group to be in is the Big Mama group because they got information from the entirety of all of the different houses. Based on the colors, tell you what the tribe that's doing the work. The symbols tell you which tribe is doing the work. The colors, the symbols, the numbers. Then you have the dances, the local dances that they call cultural phenomenons that's popping up in diverse places, which is the genetic code of the old tribal dances expressing itself based on the geography across the land. Different tribes had different dances. Like in the West Coast, they B and C walking, but they Harlem shaking up in Harlem. They jitting in Detroit. So we all still doing the fancy footwork, but that's how we communicating in artistic expression.
Choreographing constantly, you make music, you choreograph in your mind's eye. Yeah. And that's how we stay together. We may not be physically dancing, but we are. I know the
Yeah. So
Pumangita of a lot of dances. Like I may be Pumangita as well. because I got the Eastern the Eastern Indians that guarded the rivers over there, you know, where we grew the tobacco. Virginia.
Yeah, that's where we was all called from. That's where we got our call from. When
Mississippi
they
too.
back with Lewis and Clark, they knew we was moving southeast, so they sent Lewis and Clark's expedition to what they call survey the land. And as they surveyed the land, they knew that all of the chiefs had abandoned their castles to go fight the Gullah Wars because they the commanding forces. They the one, don't know general in the tribes of the earth tribes. We don't send our soldiers to war unless we lead in the battle. That's the purpose of the war bonnet, so the soldiers can always see where the chief at on the battlefield. Because he's the one with the full regalia, right? Scout chief have one or two feathers or three feathers, but the full feather chief with
That's
the war bonnet
a war
leading the
bond.
war.
That's a war bond. I
Yeah,
know.
they don't wear it every day. They got us thinking we used to
No.
walk around with that. We walk around just like we do now, but we put that on when it's time to
When
either
it's time to woo,
perform a
woo, woo,
ceremony
woo, 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 on our
or
ponies
the rally.
with our bows and arrows and shit and guns. You know, it was
Yep.
real. It is real, but it's getting better.
Mhm. So I got some more people asking to come up,
Yes, sir.
and I'm gonna let them up in case they had questions, and I'll talk to you later.
Feathers
Okay, sweetie?
up. Take care.
Feathers up. So let the next person up. I get long-winded. I'll be like, damn, Rod, shut your ass up and let the people talk. And all the people
Hey,
be
how are
like,
you
Rod,
doing?
won't you? Hey,
I'm
how
working
you
on some
doing, sweetie?
art right now. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. You make my
Okay.
eyes.
What were you gonna say?
Yeah.
No, I
Set it.
haven't had stuff here, but
Let me stop. I'm getting out of line. I'm at work. I'm at work.
I wanted to show you this art piece I'm working on right now. Oh, let me see. How do I flip my camera?
Oh yeah, yeah, the Panther.
I'm not done. I have a bunch of canvases and stuff, but I'm gonna do it.
You got some skills.
Thank you. I have a lot of pieces. The good news is that store offered me a job to where I can start putting my art on t-shirts and stuff.
That's right up your alley. Because you get
Yeah.
it out into the world, now you got people walking around with your art on their body.
hmm
How
Yeah.
you think Gucci?
I'm really excited for it. And I'm glad. I have two Instagrams so people don't get confused. I have an art page and then this is my family one, you know. But yeah, I post a lot on social media. I've been discovering, like, you know, when we talk about ancestral stuff, there's a lot about my family that I didn't know. And then,
Did you put
like, that's why I enjoyed going live
that
with
amazed you?
others here on Instagram because it gave me that space to talk. But then I saw that some people were not genuine.
Oh, yeah.
And
So out of the
all
stuff
the girls,
about your
yeah,
family, what was the
be
fascinating
careful.
thing you?
Yeah, I had some weird encounters. And then I would get frustrated because I always had the motivation to teach exactly art, but that didn't. Like it's a competition a lot of times through the social media and stuff, and I would get shy. Like I didn't want to participate in things, and um, I'm doing a documentary right now. I'm really excited about it. It's gonna be fun.
That's fire.
Mm.
So
Yeah, the painting.
what can you
Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry.
all of the new stuff you discovered about your family? What was the thing that fascinated you the most?
That fascinated me the most is, I guess, my ancestors. And then learning, like when I went to school, like I didn't like it, obviously, but when I was there, it taught me. Like I was always the awkward kid. Like I didn't get along. And especially where I grew up, like I'm mixed, so I went to a strictly Hispanic school.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so a lot of them didn't even look at me as Hispanic, but um, but I'm black. So they don't. It was very hard. Yeah, I got made fun of a lot, bullied and stuff.
Well,
But my art taught me how to get through that, and I think sometimes with the things I went through as a child, maybe hindered me as an adult, and that's why I want to help other women because I know women struggle through um, things that we went through as children, and yeah, that's my whole motive. I want to help people do art and learn art in a way of expression. And I can show it to you again so you see. I have all my art supply. I'm just nervous, so I'm like.
you all right, sweetie. Yeah, that's cool. All right.
And I kind of like wanted to make the panther look like Earth.
Yeah.
But I'm not done yet. This is like I'm not. This is just a sketch.
You got anything that's finished?
Yeah. Give me 1 second so I can show you. There's a couple pieces I'm working on. I'm not done with this one.
All right.
And then here, let me see. And this one was made by my son's father. We're not together, but yeah, we inspired each other's art a lot.
The people watching like you too.
Yeah, there's a lot of detail in it. Like I try to make it look like a turtle
Mm-hmm.
with a flower shell, and then I'm trying to do the detail where it looks more like an eye,
Mm-hmm.
and then yeah. One of my favorite paintings is actually with the shop that I was working with, so I don't have it right now. But I do have more artwork that I can show. this one. Sorry, all these canvases. Oh, you're mute. I don't know if I can hear you.
Yeah, I said you got some good.
Yeah. And like I feel like the Aztec stuff for me personally, it means a lot, and that's why I try to like teach people about it because I want people to remember that like a lot of people get afraid of Mexico, you know, or like I want to go there, but even my family that's from Mexico tell me not to go.
Your art
I'm like,
remind me of Frida Kahlo.
yeah.
Oh. Okay, sweetie, I'm gonna let you out so I can let somebody come up and ask some questions. All right.
All right.
I appreciate you
Thank
showing.
you. Thank you.
Okay, sweetie. I'll talk to you later. Let's get physical, physical. I wanna
Hello.
physical. Hey, where you?
Let me get some light. How you doing?
I'm trying to figure out how I can hear you, but I can't see you.
Um,
Is your camera on?
yeah. Can you see me now?
Oh, but go ahead, sweetie. Ask your question.
So I've been how are you doing? First of all.
I'm doing miserable as ever, just like I'm supposed to be.
Oh dang.
It's only a temporary condition. I ain't finna live in that shit.
Yeah. 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 I've
You know,
been
you
I've been watching.
gotta be
You
something,
said
right?
what?
You gotta go through something to be something, right?
Most definitely. I'm learning
Okay.
that now.
So I can be something.
Yeah. I've been watching you and following you for a while now, maybe like 2-3 years, and I'm fascinated with um just like the connection that you have with people
Mm-hmm.
of like just telling us, I don't know, like the spiritual part of us, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like how you can just when people talk to you, when you have conversations with people and you can just tell them like about themselves, you know? So
Yeah.
the question that I was having was like, I want to be more in tune with like spiritually, like with my ancestors and stuff. Cause like a lot of people I feel like I'm having those intuitive moments or whatever, but I don't know. It just I don't never get like confirmation, you know?
Okay. So let me help you with that. I need you to go to YouTube and type in the art and science of self-talk. Well, you can just type self-talk in, and they're gonna give you they're gonna explain to you how it works, the mechanics of the
Mm.
self-talk. Right? Then you get type in how to breathe like a singer. And every day for a couple minutes a day. It don't have to be no all day thing, but start controlling your breath like a singer,
Mm-hmm.
right? And the exercises that singers do for breath control, right? Then um, you need to activate your first. You have to learn your higher language. This is why you need the self-talk So when you start talking to yourself, in your mind, you're gonna hear the answer coming back to you from source. Don't let nobody confuse you with what's going on inside your head. But everything that come into your head is not your thought. So if it don't sound like your voice, that ain't from you. But if you recognize the voice, you'll know who it come from. Most
Mm-hmm.
don't even know that when we hear things playing in our head, that they're not all in the same voice until you start paying attention,
Okay.
right? So this is why you got to learn the art and science of self-talk so you can weed out all of the background talkers and tune in to your own voice coming from the higher realm.
Oh.
Then your information will start to be more accurate because now when your intuition activate, you can intellectualize what you perceiving because now you know how your higher self communicate with you,
Hmm.
right? And then I want you to get a book called the CRV Manual, the Controlled Remote Viewer Manual. It's going to give you exercises in there to train yourself how to be a remote viewer. That's clairvoyance. That's the ability to see into anywhere within the confines of space and time with the projection of the mind to the location. If you do those things, by the time but in practice them, you won't even realize that from the practice, you start actively using be able to be an active oracle.
Okay. So yeah, because that's definitely what I need to work on is like my discernment with just in general, just my discernment. Because I
Mm-hmm.
feel like I have like them superpowers or whatever. I call them superpowers. My great aunt, she knows. You ever heard of a saying where if you dream of fish, then someone in the family is pregnant? Yeah, she's been doing that for years. Like, and I told her about it. And I was like, yeah, you got superpowers or whatever. She was just like, she don't. I don't know. I don't know if she recognized it as that but she just
It's the same as ESP.
yeah.
So the tips I just gave you to practice, it makes you turn up the ability to use your psychic faculties better.
Yeah, because I'm
If you
trying to, and
notice,
I'm trying to figure out like what I know. I have a lot. I've been like as a child, I dream a lot, and I have weird dreams, or sometimes it feel like my dreams are like deja vu. Like it's something about like dreaming is different for me, but I
mhm.
can't never really like
What's your name, sweetie?
Takia
Takia. Where you calling from?
North.
I supposed to ask that when I picked you up. I forgot somebody in the comments just
I am
reminded me.
from Durham, North Carolina.
Ain't that something?
Yeah.
I don't get it, girl. Yes. So the stuff that you will be learning, it's gonna work gradually. The more you practice it, the stronger it's gonna be when it start working. Because once you understand your higher language and how you communicate with yourself, you begin to be able to write your own personal codex, which is a translating tool for your dreams. This is why people dream journal,
Mm.
because the dream will show patterns in the physical realm where you can translate your dreams
Yeah.
more accurate.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to. I be trying to figure it out. Like I look online and like do the dream meanings and stuff like that. And sometimes it makes sense, but sometimes I can't like really what you call it.
It don't actually match with
Yeah,
what you feel.
yeah, yeah.
So in the dream state, the understanding of what an archetype is important Because when you go into, because when you're in the dream state, you're in fourth dimensional mind matrix. But when you in astral, you in spirit matrix. The astral realm imprints on the physical realm everything that we see. But it all has to go through agency of the mind, the fourth dimension, from the fifth, in order to get to the third. And that's why they say, if you can think of it, create it. If you don't, somebody else will. That's because once you bring the thought down into the physical world, it has to manifest. And if you can't make it manifest, somebody who else will get the idea that'll figure it out. And that's why you need a patent office, because people don't always patent their ideas, and then they look up somebody else got a patent on it.
Yeah.
So you got 5 coming in at the same time. They call that popping the quiff. But the first patent filed was the one who opened up the door.
For it to come through, yeah.
So that's how you get the astral impression of the 3D to manifest in the 3D using the agency of man and mind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means, but I hear you.
So they're saying that the spirit in the 3D used people to bring stuff into the 3D that was developed in the 5D. Now we going in the 5D consciousness in the 3D realm. We still gonna be in the 3D realm, but we're gonna have fifth dimensional consciousness, which is like having your personal tutor. Once you understand how to read your higher self, then you purify the ego, which allows you to know your highest good can be expressed easiest than your worst wickedness.
Okay. I hear that. I hear that. Yeah. I appreciate it. So you said YouTube and look up self-talk and then do the breathing methods that singers do.
Yeah.
That'll help me out.
Yeah. And don't forget the CRV control remote view and manual.
So I hope you gonna say this live, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna say it.
Okay, because I don't got no pens. You said CRV something.
Play it back and get it out.
Yeah. All right. I think that's everything. Yeah.
Sweetie, I'm gonna let you go and bring somebody else up, okay?
All right. Thank you.
Thank you for stopping by to see me.
Absolutely.
Come on, little goddess. Let's talk about what the loyal goddess is talking about. What we all want to know. Well, hello there.
Hey, Mr. Hayes. I don't know how to take this thing off from. Anywho, I'm just gonna go. So, I've been following you for a while. I'm surprised to see you on live again. You don't really hardly be on here no more. Well, I don't be on here no more. I don't know.
I'm on my SikApe page, and I've been in Instagram jail over there for a while now, and they won't let me on, so I came over here to do the Q&A off the Facebook video I did last night.
Okay. I'm not on Facebook. So I've been going through, maybe you could just I want to know more. I know you're very, intelligent in this part. On August 5th, I had a child that left. My 17-year-old. It was due to the police. And I know about life. I know we're guaranteed to live, to not be here. 10 years ago, my brother, transitioned also. I just, not so much closer, but I want to know how. I really don't know what I want to ask you, but I just want your your guidance, I suppose, you know.
Dealing with the
I speak to him through readings. I do read cards. I speak to him through readings. At first, he was really, the first week or so, he was really, distraught and like he didn't know what was going on. So I had to guide him. So he's doing better now. He's talking to me. He's throwing out, better cards and kind of like guiding me. But I'm really kind of like lost right now. I need to put myself back up.
Okay, the first thing you need to know before you know anything else is you grieve according to your own time. Can't nobody tell you to get past it or get over it or none of that just because you grieve, how long or how hard you grieve. But allow yourself the opportunity to grieve, even if you have to go into solitude in order to gain your senses back. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
That's the first thing you need to know. The second thing you need to know is this. You need to do spiritual baths during the time of difficulty to allow you to relax the stress on the spirit so you will be stronger to endure the process of the grief. The prescription for the spiritual bath is hot as you can stand it and put you about a cup and a half of Epsom salt in there, and you can pick your own essential oil according to how what the power is to the oil or what the character of the oil does. And then you take you a cup of alcohol, but you do not put the alcohol in the bath water until you submerge, because that's going to wash your aura.
Okay.
Right. It's going to also make your connection to your ancestors on the other side clearer.
Okay.
And your son is in the ancestral realm, and you will be able to have ancestors counsel him, because when we recently cross over, it's the same trauma that we feeling or grief we feeling, they feeling grief too. And they need the ancestors that's already over there to assist them. But if he don't know how to ask for the help, they don't volunteer. And you can teach him how to ask for the help. Once you clarify your connection to the realm, you can ask them as his mother, you can ask the ancestors that's there to aid him in his transition. And you will find that when they start to answer your call to aid him, your grief in the 3D realm will start to subside faster. And once you feel that the ancestor that you needed him to connect with the most connect, it's going to be an acceptance that comes with that in the cycles of grief that's going to allow you to breathe.
Okay.
So that brings us to what I just told the sister before you about the science of breath. Breathe like a singer. Because when you grieve and you breathe shallow.
Yeah.
And it makes the grief last longer because you can't get full breath, which is getting full. The spirit is breath.
Yeah. I do that because when I'm crying, it's like, it goes like that. And it's like breathing through the mouth. And I know breathing through the mouth is not good. You got to breathe in through your nose and let it go out through your mouth. So I've been practicing, the breathing also too. But I do catch myself when I'm like hysterically crying that it's like, I guess trying to catch my breath type thing.
Most, because it'll relax the body enough for you to catch your breath.
You said what now?
That's when those baths work the best, because it'll allow the body to relax.
Okay.
Will allow you to catch your breath during the episode.
Okay.
But remember, every time you go through a physical breakdown, you're making a spiritual breakthrough. If you don't know that, it'll make the grief harsher and longer.
Okay.
But when you know, you can monitor your success in overcoming the process of grief.
Okay. Kind of like flip the energy around. No?
You don't have to. All you got to do is it comes with when you get to the phase of acceptance. That's when you start to and it's going to change you on a spiritual level and make you more useful to other people once you get done going through your process.
Okay.
But you have to go through your own process because this is the greatest catalyst to growth is great loss.
Yeah.
And that's why you go through the period of grief. It's the
Yeah.
phoenix consuming itself in the fire to become ashes. And then it rises from its own ashes in order to be the greatest phoenix it had ever been. And it do that every time it falls in its own ashes is greater than it was before.
Okay. I do grow a lot of herbs. I have like rue and rosemary. I could use those, and parsley and all that. I could use those for my bath instead of essential oils, right?
You absolutely can. There's a book on Amazon you can get called, I think it's called 105 Spiritual Baths,
Uh-huh.
but it tells you many different types of spiritual baths you can do so you're not just stuck to one. But the basic root ingredient is the hot water and the Epsom salt and the alcohol only after you been submerged.
Okay, so something like rum, would that be
You
best?
can use
Rum?
You could use rum. Depend on your spiritual practice because a lot of the women from the Louisiana area, they use the rum. They use white lightning, what's moonshine,
Uh-huh.
and they use uh, um, Johnny Walker Red, Johnny Walker Black, Old Granddad. So depending on your preference, those alcohols are acceptable. But they to wash the alcohol itself is to wash the aura.
Okay. Okay. So do that after after I submerge in the bath. I'll go ahead and put that in. I'm submerging in the bath. I
No,
use that
once
alcohol.
you under the submerged, the majority of your body submerged, then you pour the alcohol in.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, my grandmother, she's also gone, but she used to like that Johnny Walker. So I could either use that or the rum.
Hmm.
Yeah.
If you use that kind of alcohol, you can use a single shot from a shot glass
If I use the
or
Johnny
as many
Walker.
shots as necessary. Yep. When you use that, you measure with the shot glass.
Okay.
And
Okay.
you can use one shot glass up to like 10, depending on how much energy you think that you need to cleanse what you're going through. You will feel it. And the more you use spiritual baths, it's like learning a new skill. You will know what you need in order to help you recover from whatever you're going through.
Okay. Okay. Oh, that's what I wanted to ask you, if if you could help me in any way like this. I mean, I'm pretty okay with what death and whatnot, but it's like being your own child. It hits a little different. I know that we all born here to leave. And I know the pain or whatnot, but I'm not gonna take too much of your time. I just, like I said, I'm gonna do the
One thing
spiritual bath. And you said what?
your son, your son, if he's coming back anytime soon, he's going to tell you who he's coming back through as their child. So when he come, he would want you to be there to greet him. If I tell you ahead of time, you'll pay attention to the signs he give you.
As far as him
And
coming
it'll,
back,
yeah. Because
he will be
sometimes
able to tell me. He'll.
traumatically like that, they turn around and come right back.
Okay. Let me ask you this, because one of my other children, he's a male. Um, he's expecting. Well, the girl is expecting, and the first thing too, like I noticed, I'm like, well, is this Thailand already coming back, or does it take longer for that?
When you first asked that question, why did you ask it? What was your intuition telling you that made you ask yourself that question?
Well,
You
I just,
had a feeling.
I kind of felt that, like, when that happened, when the same day that happened, it was like a light bulb. It was like, fuck, that's probably Thailand coming back. That's the baby that's coming in is probably Thailand. Not,
Is that brother his favorite brother?
huh?
Is the brother that's having the baby his favorite brother? Because we always come back to our favorite, the one we love the most.
No, actually, they actually bump heads a lot, to tell you the truth.
That's part of the love relationship that they have.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Actually, always was like, he always used to. He's old. The one that is having the baby, he's actually older than him, but it seemed like Talon, the one that that's no longer with the transition, he was more mature than him, and and um and what was I say? I lost my train of thought, but yeah, it just seemed, I don't know. That's what came. That's what came, like that same day. It was just like, and I never, it was just like that same day. I was like, wow. I said, that must be the baby. I don't
I'm
know.
gonna give you a little
You
that'll
keep
help you
breaking.
understand. Can you hear me?
I could hear you now, but keep kind of like going off and on. But go ahead.
So, in your bloodstream, your cells are still there from the gestation period. They with you through your
Okay.
whole life.
Okay.
And when your cells are in distress, your children's cells come to the aid.
Okay.
Right? You have a heart link connection with him that came from him being in your uterus.
Right.
So now that's two connections. He's in your blood and he's in your heart.
Okay.
You also have a telepathic mental connection because it's easy for you to see his face when you close your eyes.
Yes. Every day, every single minute, more now than ever.
That's the visual connection, which is the mental link.
Mm-hmm.
Have a 3-link connection to always communicate with any one of your children. Is once you know that, you will know if he's coming back, just like when you suddenly realize, oh, I'm pregnant. You will suddenly realize that, oh, my son just came back.
Mm.
It's the same frequency because it's the same connection that you had when you brought him into the world, that he's coming back.
Okay.
We always come back. Trauma normally makes us come back faster because normally the trauma, like sudden deaths, are interrupting our path and we got work to finish. So we come back to continue the process of breaking that generational curse that we came to work on, which may be the primary and root cause of the trauma.
Yeah.
So now I'm going to come back and get it right because my favorite brother gonna make sure because he know how I move.
Mm-hmm.
So if what he teach me with what I already am, I can't miss this time. My confidence is in my brother who shared the same womb as my
Mm-hmm.
mother as I did.
Mm-hmm.
So now when I come back, he already know my temperament and my mom, grandmama me
Mm-hmm.
and spoiled me. So now I'm getting the double juicy benefit from the turnaround, come right back. Because mama know, even though I'm her grandbaby this time, that I'm still her baby. It's going to be instinctual because of the connection that you have to your child. You can follow them through lifetime. My mama talk to me all the time like I'm talking to you, but I can't tell people that. They think you crazy.
Yeah.
But she be on the other side. She be coaching me.
Yeah.
Now, baby, don't say nothing. Just listen. Okay, time to talk.
Yeah. So,
Quiet to yesterday because she told me, okay, now it's time to talk. Tell them to wrap this shit up. It's time to bring it on home now. Right? And the mission is to help as many people as I possibly can. I could have helped more if they didn't think I was crazy.
Yeah. So you
But
saying crying and that's kind of that me being hurt as I am and just keep letting it, I don't try to let it bring me down. I try to keep up. I feel like me crying or being so hurt about it will kind of like hold him down. No, maybe it will hold will delay his. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Like me,
you
no,
have grief is yours.
okay.
He got his own grief from crossing over suddenly.
Okay.
Now you have to, when you go through the process of resolving your grief, the break is the breakthrough at the layers of the grief.
Okay.
So when you letting the grief out and you let the tears flow and you can get in that high water and relax and allow yourself to breathe, you cycle the energy better.
Okay.
Which allows you to recover from the grief faster, which allows him on the other side to have your spiritual guidance as if he was here with you, but he over there needing your guidance from a different direction.
Okay.
You telepathically to him.
Okay.
So,
yeah, I have enough his.
yeah, once you control your faculties, you go from the grief and you start going through the process and you start doing what you got to do. That's called putting in spiritual work.
Okay.
Now, if you a sister that's a death doula, grief doula, Phoenix Rising, my chief of staff, if you need some help, she can either counsel you or she can refer you to one of her students that's also a grief counselor.
Okay. Another.
But what I gave you is the basics. That's the bare minimum that you can do to get through what you're going through.
Okay. Give thanks.
But the most important thing is only you can say how far along you are in your grief. Ain't nobody outside you tell you because they can't feel what you're going through. Only you can feel it. That's your conversation with God.
Right. And is it too early to have altar? Because I really don't have. I have an altar for him. I've been having it. I didn't do it right away. I probably did it like a week afterwards. Is it too early for his altar, or do I keep it up, or?
You set his altar up when you feel like it. Can't nobody. That's the same as with your grief. Can't nobody tell you.
Okay.
In China, when somebody died and they are Buddhists, they put their picture up the same day, so they cremate the body and everybody uses pictures, the photo shrine. So that's how you feel. Can't nobody tell you. That's the key to breaking through spiritually is when it comes to spiritual matters, your perception and how you feel is the overriding determining factor in how you practice your spiritual development.
Okay. Yeah,
that's using your will and maintaining your self-control and your control over self. And that keeps other outside entities from stepping on your toes.
Okay.
And slowing you down.
Okay. All right, Mr. Hayes. Yeah, at his altar, and we did get him cremated, and I have, I'm sitting right in front of it right now. So I was like, I seen you, and I was like, okay, let me ask you. I usually don't ever join lives or your live, but I knew you had the answer for me.
I'm glad I was able to help you, sweetie.
Give thanks. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Later.
How do I lock this?
Tell me how them Thundercats thunder that coming
What's going on? Chief, what's poppin', man? It's my second time I'm topping up with you. I can call you a real reflection, man. You my elder, but you're still a reflection of me, man, every time I hear you. You know how that goes. Like hearing you talk, you know what I mean? Hearing you talk is like crazy, huh?
Yeah. So what you got on your mind today?
You said something key today. Hold on. You said something key just to the young lady here, and that was about how to spiritually transition, like using the override. You said something key, overriding things, and that's what I'm on right now, the manifestation. Whatever's going on, like I got some situation going on, but as a master of how I master my mind, I'm demonstrating, and that's why I'm in the position I'm in now, because I came back just to do what I'm doing. And I'm demonstrating to my people, right, not to let the outside convolute your vision, your trajectory, like how you perceive things and how you feel about it. That's what really override things. And when you say that, I'm like, God damn, Rod always on, and you always on beat. But that's what I do to override any situation, whatever it looks like. And as God, here's my little son, he tweaking right now. Sure. So everything I do, we know how to override it.
Kick us out.
Huh?
We got about 20 seconds for Instagram. Kick us out.
Oh, okay. Now I was just pointing that out to you, man, and just hopping on. I got my little son here, but yeah, the overriding things, whatever's going on in our life, I was touching on that with you, and you said it. So as I'm going on with my situation.
And welcome back to Office Hours with Dr. G. Welcome to all of you who are in the chat. Make sure that you are sharing the fact that Chief Pontiac is in the house. He's in the office. He's going to give us just what the doctor ordered. How about that? It's so good to have you. It's so good to have you here, Chief. It's so good to have you here. And
it's always good to be here, Dr. G.
I know we have a ball though when we talk, when we have our conversations. Where do you find the link for part two? Part two's link is if you go back to the description of this particular show. Like if you're on YouTube, there's a description. It's telling you what the show is going to be about. There's a link. And it tells you this is the link to the show. You click on that. What we're going to do is give you a break. What we're going to do is we're going to talk for about 45 minutes, maybe. Well, actually, Chief's going to talk for about 45 minutes. We're going to share. And then about 20 after 8, we're going to log off of this, and we want you to click the link and join us. It's going to look the same, but we want you to join us, and we're going to be in what we call unfiltered. And what that means is it's not going to be on Facebook. It's not going to be on YouTube. You're not even going to be able to get back to it tomorrow. When it's over, you're not going to be able to see it. So you want to tell everybody you know that we're doing a 2-parter. You don't have to register. It's just that it's unfiltered. And we want to make sure that you just can't get back to it and throw it up on YouTube or something. We don't want it on YouTube because we want to be able to speak freely. And it's sad. It's sad that we're at a place where we can't. Free speech is not free, and you have you run the risk of jeopardizing your channel, your platform when you tell the truth. But we found a way. We got to work around. So with that said, Chief, again, welcome to Office Hours. Welcome back to Office Hours. I feel like when you have this is Dr. G's Office Hours, and I feel like when you come on, it's like I had to get a specialist to come, you know what I mean? A doctor specialist to come in the office and give us the 411 of what's really, really going on. Cause you know, I didn't learn that stuff when I was in in the doctorate school. So I appreciate the time that you took and that Big Mama took to put you in a place where you could have some real serious download time and you know, you erudited yourself. You know, you were able to get that erudite scholarship and that knowledge. And it's very rare that I've ever seen you on anybody's platform that a question has been posed to you that you can't respond to an answer. And what I love about you also is that when you can't, you say that. You don't try to find something and give somebody a whole bunch of gobbledygook and some stuff to make it sound good. But I've heard you literally say from time to time that, you know, you're not familiar with that. I thought I had myself. Yeah, I thought, you know, if you don't say that, but what you do know, you come right off the cuff with it, and I know, and I feel, and I think a lot of people will agree with me. That knowledge and that wisdom that you have garnered over those in the belly of the beast was not for naught, and it's been for our benefit. With that, like I said, welcome back to the show. Do you have anything in particular that's on your heart or in your mind? Because, you know, every day I know information and so forth is being transmitted to you. So I don't know whether there's anything before I get into asking you stuff. What's going on? Because it's a lot going on, but I want to know, I want your take on it. Just to start off now.
Well, look, it's funny you said that because I'm in my sense of humor mode, right?
Okay.
And somebody posted on Facebook today, it popped up in my timeline. It say, "This is the 3rd of September. You ain't black if you don't know what that is." It was
the day I always remember. That was the day.
Was the day that my daddy died. So the emphasis on the 3rd of September being the day that my daddy died is talking about patriarchy.
Ah.
Patriarchy.
Okay.
The revelation of truth is what killed the father, who was a bootleg preacher.
Okay.
I mean, that he was making it up as he go, teaching what he think can get him some money. I ain't in here for no money. And I work for the matriarchy.
That's right, you do.
So if I ain't here for money and I work for the matriarchy, then the patriarchy got to fall.
That's right.
Right? So in working for the matriarchy, a lot of the up and coming developing men think that the death of patriarchy mean that all of their power took. They don't understand the matriarchy. The matriarchy is not about taking the men out of positions of power and just putting a woman there. They might be the most qualified for that position. You're going to leave them there under the matriarchy. The matriarchy's rules are a lot simpler and comprehensive for the regular people than the patriarchal admiralty rules. Right? And the matriarchy is live your best life, be your best self to experience heaven on earth. The patriarchy is dog eat dog, step on your brother to get what you want. Right? It's two different ideologies as the root. Under the matriarchy, everybody in the tribes have a voice. And you send it up the chain of command. Under the patriarchy, the people that the patriarchy consider important, the only ones that matter, and everybody else's voice must only be apparently heard. Meaning they give you the appearance that they hear you, but they do what they was going to do anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So in the matriarchy, a 4-year-old can get legislation put on the vote. And under the patriarchy, if you're not a legislative writer, you can't get nothing put on the vote. The difference is the law is handled by a group of specialized women that know how to use source energy as the guiding light to make law according to the law of nature. So the first two questions that they ask before they consider if it's something that they should be contemplating making law about, they ask two questions. How does it affect the children? The reason they ask that question, because the effect on the children tells you what effect it has in the future. And then the second question is, how does it affect the earth? If it affects either one of them negatively, it's rejected. You can't, it won't even benefit one if it don't benefit the other. Right? So this is the difference in the patriarchal dictators masquerading as democratic government, having people believe they vote count when nothing they say count. They just want to know who can organize the vote so they know who to pay off or murder. And if you can get you a group of people that they feel you can control, then whatever you ask for, they gonna compensate you in one form or another. They normally give it to you in tax breaks and grants. That's what 50c3 status is for the church.
501c3, yeah.
It's a waiver of financial penalty in the form of tax if you do what we want you to do. They're not going to give you access to exemptions if you're not going to benefit their system. But if you can figure out how to operate within their system to benefit the most people, they want you, and they will do anything they can to appease you from mobilizing those people to reclaim what's rightfully theirs. So this is why they have us under the illusion of voters' rights. They already said we don't got no rights in their system. So now we believe we got rights in their system, and we fight over the rights that they never gonna give us. And the only time you get a benefit is when you can sabotage the most people on their behalf. The more people you can sabotage, the more comfortable they let you live. Oppression is atmospheric. There's two ways to the top. Rise up or suck up. It's only two ways to the top. And we got too many suck ups and not enough rise ups. Because when you rise up, you know what you're doing, or else you're not going to leave your seat. But when you suck up, you don't know what you're doing. Because you don't understand why you can't get no power. All suction. And ain't getting no power. Right? That's like a Hollywood prostitute. When she get old, she still was a prostitute and she got nothing to show for it, but probably a house and a car. Then she look back and she's miserable with how she lived her life. The whore of Babylon. Right? So they use the political stage show to steer the psychological grouping or sociology of the collective. If they can give you a compelling show, they have your attention. If they got your attention, you will follow them off the cliff.
Like
but
the
as
lemmings.
soon, yeah, and as soon as you take your attention back, they are offended at you because you're taking your power back.
Let's talk about power for a minute, or the lack thereof, or the appearance of, or the mindset of there being no power. Can you tell us when we went from knowing that we were that God, you know, we were the gods that God, you know, the scripture, even if you go to the Bible, there's a scripture that says the greater one lives on the inside, and Yeshua was allegedly talking to the masses and saying, you got the greater one, you got him already on the inside of you. So we see that there. Yet what has been espoused and taught and assimilated has been powerlessness and looking to government, which we know allowing somebody else to take over control of one's mental faculties and to put thoughts and ideologies and so forth and to control. When did we go from knowing who we were, where we came from, to where we are now, being completely, you know, in a like the Twilight Zone or brainwashed as if these things had never even been our story? What happened? What transpired? I guess I want to say.
Sociology is the study of groups and how groups operate, how they move. This tells you what their trigger mechanisms is. It can tell you how to turn them on each other. It can tell you how to execute your divide and conquer strategies. The ones with the enough of the old ways will begin to remember pieces of it, and they will do things that gather the attention away from the stage show. They use the same strategy as an illusionist in Vegas, a David Copperfield trick. They tell you that you don't have any rights because they declare war on you. But then they told you, you're not them people that we talking about. We talk about these other people that we brought over here with us to replace you. But we ain't gonna tell you that part. Rod Hayes just gonna say the quiet part out loud so the people know how the game plays. So they telling you from somewhere else, but your insides keep saying, just something ain't right with that story. You don't know what it is because so many people that look like you believe the same narrative. But some of us don't. The hard part is for the ones who don't to go find enough evidence to prove the case. We become then tribal investigators. And we trade the information by wind talking or code talking. The ghetto code, dash, tells us where we are. How much influence do we still have over our people versus the squatters that came? We always knew who we was, but most of us couldn't say it out loud without being penalized. The threat of death and punishment and torture made a lot of our people whisper it to only certain people in the family that they know can hold water. So they don't want us singing, call the plumber, it must be a leak in my drain, because everybody seemed to know about my good thing. Right? So the plumber just so happened to be another Klansman. When he get there, he gonna tell you why you got a leak in your drain, but shh, don't you tell nobody. So then they create comprehensive structures to slowly feed us back the information of who we are by telling us to watch how we operate. So then the government tricked the people into believing that the righteous, rightful heirs of the land is the criminals. Because they came with the admiralty law and they denied us our right to enforce tribal law as a clan. Every tribal leader is responsible for keeping his clan under control, and he used members of the clan to do it. By using a strategy called villainization, they systematically take parts of our culture create a word that means something negative. And then they call us by the negative term on a wide spectrum broadcast like the news. Before that, it was the newspaper, the movie reels, the news reels. They making movies to tell us that we marijuana smoking, white girl raping, and lunatics, the niggas, right? But then when it coming to find out, the ones who was smoking the herb was the kindest, peacefulest people. And then Paleface told us, because they had something called the flower generation, where they was learning all of this stuff from the tribal leaders. Many of them look like us, on why they using the herb, why they eating the mushroom, right? But at the same time, they trying to tell us the government lied, and here come out here hippie. Hippie is a tribal term from the people of the land describing something.
Really?
So the hippie generation is known as the flower child generation. It's the bridge between the baby boomers and Generation X. It's the flower child and free love generation. So how do you stop them from giving free love? You poison them with STDs. That's all chemical warfare, biological warfare.
So you're saying that the introduction of the STDs was something that was it was
It's
introduced.
biological warfare. First you promote it, then you poison it. If it work, you poison it.
When you say once you promote it, when you mean promote the free love and then put something in to
make
create.
Yeah, because you make it mainstream and then you poison it. Because now you have to try to stop the people from reproducing in time enough to catch the one that's going to figure out the problem. If too many babies is born, that's what they call scattering your shots. That's why it's more than one big mama on the land that got a baby boy that she sent out on a mission. We come from different tribes, but we all have a tribal responsibility as a tribal investigator to look at the problem. And when we don't know what the problem is, we tell the part we know, this is what I found out so far. And then we pass it to the next chief for him to look at it and do his investigation. And we use the music, the arts, and the entertainment because that is the root to the culture. You don't have a culture if you don't have that stuff. And I don't care which generation you look back on the last 100 years, if you start at ragtime and you come to hip hop, it's us. James Brown was a chief. Chuck Berry was a chief. Little Richard, Chief Screaming Hawk. Smokey Robinson, Hyoka High Chief. They putting codes in the music. The Temptations. Chiefs. They putting codes in the music. You got to know who writing this music. You got brothers is teaching others how to talk to us in the music. They called them music fixers in the 50s and 60s. They had to fix the music because the other people don't know the way we use music. So they can't promote the culture we give them until we show them how to fix the music. And the music
I was going to say, can you take that all the way back to the so-called days of slavery when, the songs that were being sung that were actually now they became incorporated into the spiritual religious songs, but they were actually messages that were being broadcast or things that were being talked about that were not openly spoken of. You know, like even when we talk about so-called ETs and so forth, swing down chariot, stop and let me ride. You know, in the church, you know, is saying, you know, rock me, Lord, in the bosom of Abraham. But what we know of chariots of fire, the chariots of the so-called gods. So were our ancestors connecting, or were they knew that there were star sky people and they were saying, come get me, look, take me out, whatever. They were sharecropping and they were stuck in these situations that they wanted to be, you know, relieved from. Was that what was going on? Or
the earth tribes, no matter what part of the land they are going to look to the Americas for the next wave of cultural phenomenon. Biblically, they call us the salt of the earth because we are the progenitors of the music, of the art, of the acting, of the singing, of the dancing, right? We are the progenitors of that. So if you go back to Muhammad, and the hadith say Muhammad was having a celebration and he put the celebration on hold and say, where's the ones with the duffs? That's the drum. If you look at Shaka Zulu, when he leaves the shaman getting the sword made, when he about to be promoted, he had a feast for him and they played the bongos, the drums, right? If you go to Nelson Mandela and Stephen Biko in the apartheid era, they talking in the music. If you go to Frantz Fanon, he said, where are the days when the mothers sung the songs of liberation into the ears of the babes to stand up and oust the enemy? So it's always been our cultural development that influences music, but we always code music. You code it with the 808. That's the war drum. We are in a state of war. Hip hop is telling you that with the 808. So the 808 is the root chakra pound to get you active and moving in order to find out why you stuck in your lower self. Once you understand what the codes in the music, all of the notes is telling you a story, right? The A tone is the A minor. A minor is a certain pitch in the music, but it's a homonym for what them people doing wrong.
they not like us.
They not like that, right?
All right.
So then you go from your minors to your flats, your B's, your C's, your D's. Those are your grades that the frequency come in on, and the frequency is played out in the note. What is a note? It's a short letter.
Okay.
So the note is going to tell you what the pitch is. The pitcher is the sender. He's the one on the pitcher's mound about to try to strike somebody out. Once you know what the pitch is it a curveball? Is it a slider, a fastball, a slow ball? Right? What's the pitch? If you don't know what the catcher flipped as the code to the pitcher, then you won't never know what the pitch is. So now you have to know what the catcher is covering what? Home plate. That means the home base is being covered by the one who's flipping the code to the one at the pitcher's mound. Right? So the pitcher is determining the pitch based on the frequency that comes from home. Your home training. Mama, your first teacher. Your first nurse. Right? She's teaching you the art and science of loving home and family first. So when you become an adult, as a chief, you say that whatever I do with myself is going to benefit home and family first, which takes us to a first family flip, which is a royal arc degree. Because only from the royal house will you get the red-blue arc. And the arc is the covenant. And the covenant is the rainbow. And the rainbow is being perverted by the society in order to create an aversion to the rightful layer of the colors in the spectrum. Every note in music has a color assigned to the note.
Right.
So now you got colors, 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 colors. I'm a nightmare walking, psychopath talking, king of my jungle, just a gangster stalking. That's an Ice-T flip. And Ice-T is flipping from Long Island. The Strong Island, right? The Strong Island. The Strong Island is where Rakim from. The Black God, Code Flipper, High Chief, 5% Nation, right? They say I was locked in jail, so now I guess I'm out on bail. But the only island I was on was the strong one. And if I did a bit, it'd be a long one, right? So he's flipping the code back to the other island. So now we got an island knock off an island knock. So Belle Isle is in Detroit, right? And Detroit is where Chief Pontiac had to fight the French at River Rouge when they turned the water red. And the blood was up to the horse's bridle, which was the blood in the water, which takes us to Chicago and the Democratic National Convention. All this is just tying the music to the culture, to the politics.
Wow.
That's called a zigzag flip. Because in the DNC, they dyed the Chicago River red, which turned it from the Chicago River to the Rouge River. Because Chicago is supposed to be founded by a French named Dusable, Jean-Baptiste Dusable.
Okay.
But it wasn't, because before they changed the name to Chicago, it was an old tribal metropolis called Chata.
Wow.
So they want us to believe that this was an uninhabited land, but we have castles all over the land. They just turned them into prisons and state buildings in order to open your path.
And asylums.
Yep, mental hospitals.
Yeah.
So they telling you what they're going to do with you. They're going to either govern you with their politics, or they're going to house you in your castle as a prison, or they're going to drive you crazy trying to collect your birthright if you don't remember the old ways.
Wow. While you were talking about the colors and the notes and all that, it made me, I jumped off for a minute because I wanted to go, I guess, one of the things I do is working with energy. And one of the things we have is when we're doing an energy assessment of someone, frequency wise, you could determine what color or colors are prominent in someone's life, whether the colors are negatively influencing them or positive, what frequencies, what note is pitched too high or what might be too low and what's balanced. So we end up giving the client tones that balance what comes up in their assessment. But we also give them colors that would give them certain outcomes. So, these are a lot of the things that we don't get the benefit of. This is technology that's old and ancient, but withheld from the masses so that those, so-called, in the know elites can take the benefit of that. Because you might be looking at, purple, and purple might be setting you off, for instance. And you might be like, so what we end up doing and I went and pulled my thing. What we end up doing is we have glasses, and so today I need to look at, if I need to look at things through, like, say, rose-colored glasses, I can put the color lens on that I need to balance. It might be my chakras might be off, or it may be some energetic issue with me. But a lot of times, I mean, even though, because we were going to talk in this part about some metaphysical stuff. So a lot of times, like I said, or it might say, in order for me to get what it is I need, I may need to have orange. I need to be focusing on orange. I can change my lenses and change my perspective and change the energy in my body. So a lot of times, the certain colors that they put on us and the tones that they put on us are affecting us, our body, our mental, even our physiology, colors and frequency. And I learned that, with what I've been doing with AOScan for a while, but this is something that's ancient and old that our people knew. I'm pretty sure there were certain tones or certain colors and so forth that they knew to stay away from, or they knew to maybe embrace at a certain time. And it can change. It may be you need the purple today, but tomorrow you need to be looking at yellow or green. And it's kind of hard to do that, because this kind of knowledge, where it may have been widespread back in our earlier ancient days, they took all that away from us.
Yeah, like biorhythms.
Yeah.
Your biorhythms can be electronically read because they have machines calibrated to your biorhythm.
Mm-hmm.
And each one of your biorhythms is assigned a color. The same with moods, right? Remember the mood ring? When your mood change, the color change? Right, because they all have a energy signature. Some stones, like the one they make the real moon rings out of, not these fake ones that they use paper that's designed to do what the stone do, but the real stone, people would carry them around to monitor their own mood so that they can try to maintain a certain frequency.
Right.
And then they turned them into a novelty, exploiting our culture because we naturally drawn to things that's from our old cultures. They find ways to give us a mimic, an artificial replica of it, and then our genetic memory will be drawn to it. It's the same with the Bible. That's why the Bible is rewritten and scrambled up to confuse us, because the genetic memory remembers the holy drama. Everybody that's earthborn, the story of Osiris and Isis has a different story around the world, but it's the same stories called the holy drama.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And it's the story of the father falling to the uncle, and the son of the father coming back to take the rulership back from the uncle.
Okay.
Right? In Sumeria, it's the story of Ninigazita, Enki, and Enlil. Right? Over here, it's the great father sky and Mother Earth, right? And then they produce the Hayoka, a high priest, high chief. Right? So the story is the same. It's just played out differently in different cultures to suit the underlying genetic memory of the people local to the area. Right? So when they tell us these stories, our genetic memories say this is the truth, even if it's scrambled up. Your genes, your DNA program will unscramble the story subconsciously. So you have to be able to read your own subconscious mind in order to bring the truth of the matter to conscious awareness. They tell you not to do introspection because the idle mind is the devil's workshop. But who is the devil? Devil means enemy, adversary, opponent. So if it's you versus you, that's the best place to be. in your head. But you always hear people say, get out your head. You all thinking too much. There's no such thing as thinking too much, because how do you learn how to think? By thinking. By examining your thought process, you learn how to think. They took critical thinking and practical problem solving that was hardwired into all of our education out of the educational curriculum. So now there's no critical thinking, practical problem solving. You have to ask for that separately. You have to enroll your child into K through 12 critical thinking, practical problem solving, and they're going to try to tell us it don't exist. But you can go to Amazon, type in critical thinking K through 12, and the whole books will come up.
Oh, wow.
But it don't exist. Those classes are only privy to the people in the higher economic echelon based off the 3-tier German school philosophy. Richelin, Volschulin, academia. Real school, false school, and academia. Academia is where the ones that they want to rule is taught. Real schooling is the ones that they want to mediate and govern over the rest of the masses. That's where they taught. And Volschulin is where everybody else is taught, which sounds like false schooling, which is artificial education.
Wow. So from a standpoint of, do you think that the paradigm of so-called education as we've known it up until we got to the COVID time of COVID, where, you know, many parents, you know, children were home for a year or so, I felt like there was a shift in that paradigm. I mean, anybody trying to say start a school or whatever and keep it in a certain, and I'm not talking about anybody, but in particular, but I feel like, you know, sending your children to school now is probably been exposed as not as advantageous to their knowledge base as we thought it was. I mean, it's the steps you have to take in order to get these certifications and degrees, but does it really give the child the erudition that they need? I mean, it was when we were doing home economics and what do you call it, carpentry and auto mechanics. I'm not no things, but things like that where children could come out of school, you know, hair, you know, beautician. They could come out of school and be, if they wanted, they could go into some type of a job if they wanted to. But now they get a whole bunch of gender twisting, bending. They get a lot of things. I forgot what they're calling that thing, but they're getting a lot of stuff that's basically about a bunch of propaganda.
It's all social engineering.
Well, yeah, and it's not preparing them, and so they still feel like they have to go somewhere for higher education. And my question is it really higher education, or is it just a way to get more of the siphon the finances out of the people and still never give them anything, no value for the, what they put into it? Because at the end of it, what do they come out with? A large, a bill that they can never pay off. And more than likely, they might end up working in, a fast food restaurant than they will in the profession of which they call themselves being trained or at a higher level. So do you see that ending? Do you see that there being a paradigm shift in the so-called education to an erudition type of situation that the matriarchy will put together that's maybe patterned after something that used to be?
Yeah, the whole educational system is going to be revamped. Most of their systems is going to be to benefit the collective as opposed to the elites at the top. Mm-hmm. That's going back to the tribal ways. The way that they educate now, they don't educate you. What they do is indoctrinate you. It's a difference. The indoctrination effects can be shown in modern education with the conditions of how they're teaching the children and what's the focus, sex. Not just sex, the most perverse and corrupt sex.
Absolutely.
Right? Gender confusion is part of the new curriculum. So when we talk about a gay agenda, it was a group of homosexual priests in the 60s that hired a group of retired generals to tell them how they had to write them a report and tell them how to make homosexuality acceptable to the mainstream. And then they came out and began to finance that the same way they financed them generals to do the research. They begin to pay off corporations to incorporate the curriculum and indoctrinate the children because they don't worry about the adults. If they can control the children, they got you for another generation. COVID exposed the fraud in the educational system when parents was forced to have to homeschool. Mm-hmm. And it wasn't as difficult as they thought it was going to be, and their children was happier. And a lot of them said, we're not sending our baby back to that because they're miserable. They know subconsciously that they're being programmed to do something that's contrary to their nature. And so they hate school. Some of them hate it to their own detriment and commit suicide because of it. But we don't want to address those issues. What's wrong with the educational system that's sending my child to school and making him jump off a bridge? We don't want to talk about it because then we be held accountable for sending our children who can't function in a Skinner box given directions by a Pavlovian response system bell. This is all social engineering because when they created modern education, they said the agenda is to create a nation of workers.
Right. That's true.
If you was a critical thinker and a practical problem solver, you don't have to work. You can create your own business from almost anything.
That's true.
Anything around you it can be used to survive. And a lot of people don't understand that. That's called living off the fat of the land. Go back to Fred Sanford. What was his source of income? He sold junk.
Junk. Junk. That's right.
Some of the junk dealers from over here where I'm at, they leave the junkyard in a pickup truck, go home, take a shower, get dressed, and get in a Mercedes and go to the uptown community where they fit right in. But during the work hours, you can't tell they not bums.
That's true. And I think that, most of what we have or what we need exists. It's just that they've introduced the fiat system as a way of I guess it's not even a barter, but forcing one into a level of servitude in order to get basic things that everyone should have a right to. You know what I mean? When you talk about life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness or whatever. So we're talking about even the basic of basics that a lot of people are living without because they've had this fiat system that they've created with this false, with this monopoly, so-called money, and people are scrambling trying to make it.
I call them prison tokens.
Well, okay, all right.
It's the same way as token. It's the same as tokens in prison. You can't spend them nowhere in the world. You can't leave the prison. You can't leave the prison with $1 million in prison tokens and get a dime.
Wow, that's true, and that's what we're That's what we're headed towards anyway. With the with the end of the fiat system, but we realize that it's not just the U.S. Dollar, if you will, the U.S. fiat, but it's anything that's connected. Anybody else who has fiat, that's all affected. So that's why I think it's probably taking some time for some of these things to, when people have been waiting for the transition, it's going to happen. But I don't think it's going to happen as easily as we think, because it's not just, we're talking about the what is it? What do they call it? In Europe, they use a euro. We have the whatever, the US USD. You've got the
So
different currencies. The paper currencies are all fiat.
yeah. So we go into a crypto system, electronic banking system, but the bank notes will be based on asset. That means if you have a $10 gold note, you will be able to redeem it for $10 in gold once again.
Okay.
Cash and carry. Ain't no credit. You either can buy it or you can't.
Right.
Debt equals slavery.
True.
We know that they use the system of debt to enslave the people.
Right. Listen,
Right.
I'm gonna stop us for a minute we need to let those who just can't come in know what's going on. We are actually we started this first 45 minutes or so on YouTube and Facebook because we wanted you all to, we didn't have a real way to get you on our unfiltered channel. So we have a link in the description box. I want y'all to hear me good. We're going to end this part of the broadcast. There is a link in the description box, whether you're on Facebook or YouTube. It says you must use this link to access the unfiltered version. We're going to be ending this portion in just a few minutes. And what we want you to do is to click back in on the link. You're basically going to see the same thing that you see, but what the difference is that we will not be on Facebook. We will not be on YouTube. If you want to share that link with anyone, please share it. They can get on. There's no registration required, but you do have to click the link to enter in. We have space for 10,000 folks. So you can tell everybody if you want, but we want to come back on and be a lot less guarded about what we say. At least Chief will be able to say, because we've talked about some things that we know will probably be a bit controversial, might kind of raise the ire, if you will, of the internet gods, and we just want to be able to be open and honest. So there's like 800 and so of you all right now. We can see, I can see now. I went down and said, so between Facebook and YouTube, if you go back, if you click off, go to the description of this show, the link is there. You click on, and we're going to be coming back on in just a few minutes. At 8:30 is when the broadcast will begin over there. As a matter of fact, as soon as we log off, Chief, we can actually log in and be over there, and then start letting people. And we don't have to let you in. Once you click, you're in. But we want you to know that the venue, so to speak, is changing, but the conversation is going to be continuing, but at another level. And so please bear with us. Over where? Okay, over where? Click the link that's in the description. If you're on YouTube, just click, when you look at YouTube, you see where you can click on more for description. And when you look down there, it tells you what's on tonight. And it also says you must click on this link. There's a hot link there. Facebook, there's a hot link there. Click that link, and it's going to bring you over to our private, what we call unfiltered channel, which means it's not on YouTube and it's not on Facebook. That's all. Other than that, nothing changes. You'll be able to hear and you'll be able to chat and so forth, but you just will not be on YouTube or Facebook. If you want
to try to get that feminine energy harnessed to facilitate a cross-dressing positions. So they use your energy against you, and you don't know you surrendering it to them. Okay. It's like putting the dummy queen in the beehive, and they don't know that the dummy queen is the dummy queen. Then one day they figure it out. Then they all try to sting her ass.
So how did this role reversal, if you would say, start in this cycle of time, or what we know as time in this cycle?
If you look at the way things are, systems is how people govern themselves and others. These systems, the oldest ones that was functional with no war was matriarchy. The system of matriarchy was operated different than patriarchal domination rule. It was to bring the best out of every individual for the betterment of the collective, whereas patriarchy try to exalt one individual at the expense of all the rest of them. I don't care how good Michael Jordan was, he couldn't have won without the rest of his team being good enough to support him. Ain't no I in team.
That's right.
Right. So a team sport exalt a star player instead of understanding, like the Pistons, blue collar work ethic incorporated the defense as the anchor, which means everybody is the same amount of important now. Right. And they won championships with that. They changed the ideology and they fell apart.
Exactly.
As soon as they started making stars out of one player.
So explain the process of basically how did the system get usurped? Like how did it get switched out? How did we go from
It was
matriarch? Okay.
so this was what Cleopatra's fight was. In the last dynasty that fought against the Roman Empire. The fall of Cleopatra is your Jesus story, right? But they don't tell you that Jesus is Isis and Cleopatra was the seated Isis of the day. Because that solved a whole lot of the historical anomaly. She was fighting patriarchs from Rome. But this is the continuation of a Babylonian assault on the world using sin magic. That's why they call everybody sinners in the Christian church. And the sin is the blood rites and the child sacrifice rituals that's being done behind the scenes, and you are reinforcing it in the forefront by turning a blind eye to it. You're changing the energy. They're using these pedophile priest cults to subjugate the people by ruining the children. They know exactly who to scar, how to scar them, and why they scarring them that way. Some of them, they just beat them into submission. They want to inflict what's called learned helplessness on them. So they can't defend themselves now because they so beat down, they broken. They just lay there and take it, right? So what takes place in Egypt was the transferring and the fighting for power that began in Greece under Alexander the Great. They were following information brought to them from the Ottoman Empire through Macedonians. So when you start looking at how they was moving across the land in history books, it's clear as day the same people was controlling everything that's been controlling it, where they at, why they hiding there, and why ain't nobody going in there to get them. Right? Now, that had to be done by the Earth Alliance. The Earth Alliance was responsible to locating all of them and weeding them out like the root to a pimple. Then once Earth go back to balance, women wanted men so that the men can be masculine and the women can be her highest degree of feminine. Because the masculine protects that energy with his life. Because that's how he has the experience called heaven on Earth in this life, not the next one, not after you die, not after you get done suffering unnecessary suffering. Once you realize what's going on, the men become more masculine when they realize that the only reason they here is so the women can be feminine. They wanted to be in a feminine energy. This is called ceremonial high magic. by walking in the spirit of life. You performing a ritual with your sisters. And all of the men go to a euphoria, right? And the euphoria makes the men stand up to a different level. So when they see the men doing the work and they say, oh, I can rest now. They know the chief they've been waiting on because they say to themselves, I've been waiting on this one. He ain't like the rest.
Right. So the word out here on these spiritual streets, okay, that the women were here first before the creation of man. So can you go into
That's been proven through fossil records, through genetics. The Y chromosome is the X with an atrophied appendage, meaning it's lost a sizable portion of its genetic stock. The mitochondrial regulates the energy to the Y chromosome, or else we wouldn't be no men. Because he has to get it from his mother. The higher your spiritual rank, the stronger your mother's mitochondrial responsibility. Then you become the beekeeper, the king bee, protecting the hive from all of these rogue hornets, masquerading to be king bees, and all the time they queen bees. Drag queen bees, that is. Pedophile priest cults, masquerading as righteous men while they defile children behind the pulpit in the name of their Jesus Christ and Lord and Savior. In order to scorn the name of ISIS, they change it to J. And this is why they say, I'll make you fisher of men. When I turn this I into a J, will you figure it out?
Well, okay. So these men in these skirts, honey, where they had come from? Like, what culture is this? What part in history is this where these men in these
It's a war effort by the priests of the god Ninnersin. By them practicing the money magic rituals of Ninnersin and having us follow along with the Babylonian sex magic of Ninnersin and the Babylonian money magic where we surrender all our power to somebody else to hold our money on our behalf. Right? These are spells of government. So you look at it like the bees that learn how to control the pheromones can control the hive. Right? So if the bee that's changing the frequency, that's going to cause the interruption in the pheromone balance as is told to the next generation of bees. It's the same with the mitochondrial scanning the Y chromosome. This is why Elijah Muhammad say the prayer of the nation is answered through the womb of the women. Right? And that's why you watch what you say while you're pregnant, because you calling forth either the scourge of earth or the saviors of mankind. But that's up to the mothers to decide how do they want to produce for the future. Because the mitochondrial adjusts. It's the energy source. And all energy ties directly back to source. Source energy. Women control it, men inherit it. We become the defenders of the ones who carry the birthright of the earth rights. That's the ones who hold the power over the frequencies of mitochondria. When we realize that, it changes the interaction of everybody on the planet because it becomes more harmonious between the sexes. And that in and of itself, a woman feel like she being flirted with even when ain't nobody else around, and she start to blush because she walking in that energy that would make anybody want to flirt.
Never. Okay. Okay. Wow. Okay. So this Babylonian energy. Who and what is Babylonian? Let's go there.
This is the biblical source of all evil on earth.
Mm.
They tell you that in the Bible. In the book of Daniel, it would tell you all of the Babylonian empires. The biblical scholars say that the feat of iron and clay is America. Right? So now you got to go cross stories in Priest Temple. If you know the story of the Bible well enough, you can match it up with the other priest stories in order to access information. Right? The Babylonian government ranking system that they had, they say we are iron and clay. Well, who's done? That's hewn from the mountain without the hands of man, but by the power of God. The stone that no workman has touched, right? Who was sealed in the mountain? Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, right? The story say he was sealed in the mountain for 5,000 years. And then some chick come along and set him free. That means the heart is the key. The monkey key is the Congo key, because the Congo key is the primate key. And the primate is the perfect mate. That's the man that all of the women want, because all of the women want the man that all the other women want. It's the law of nature. They can talk that smack, but they all gonna look at the same direction when the right frequency of the man that they think all the other women in their environment want. Now he become the catch. That's how you create a hierarchy in the community. It's the law of nature, acting itself out in the civilized society. So now he driving around in a Cadillac with 3-piece suits on in the summertime.
That's it. That's it.
Wearing all the diamonds and gold that he could find in the local jewelry store.
Okay. Yeah, the pawn shop,
with his exotic Canadian perfume Dior cologne for men.
That's it.
Right?
So, yeah. So this Rome, because this has been going on for a long time. So how initially did they get into power?
Through warfare and infiltration of royal families by inserting children in the place of princes at birth. All the time, they're the bloodline of somebody else. They do it in America now. They kidnap baby chiefs in the hospital and switch them out with somebody that's not like us and have us raising a child. We can't figure out what his damn problem is. He don't act like nobody in my family. Where they find this SOB? This can't be my child, or they wouldn't act this way. That's not even the energy of his daddy's side of the family. They've been switching babies out the whole time, and they've been telling us they've been switching babies out the whole time. This is why Child Protective Services is the instrumental element of the separation of children from families in order to put the wrong children with families that don't match their frequency in order to corrupt the people of the land on purpose. So now we go through what's called the cleansing period, where the ones who understand how to balance the frequency of all tribes, you can only use one frequency, and that's the love frequency. And if you follow the love frequency, then you activate the love energy in the others. And once that energy is activated, you can't trap love in a box. It don't fit. And the people that walk in the power of that energy becomes unstoppable, because now you're starting to tap in to what's called your esoteric self information. Your knowledge of self from your higher self to yourself that no book can tell you about yourself. And then you begin to realize you're reading your personal book of life. So now you understand that the only person knew you well enough for you to live the life you live to become the person you are today, the one you're most proud of, is you. You're the author of your story, and you made it fit in so easily with the stories of others. And the better you is in weaving your story, the higher you move among the rank and the spirit. Until you can't be denied, and your love light shine and it lights up the world in the form of arts and entertainment.
Mm. I just got lost in your words. Okay. Wow. So this is deep. Okay. So, especially in our culture, I hate to say this, well, I dislike to say that many cannot wrap their heads around magic. Right? Okay.
If they
So,
can't wrap their head around magic, they don't understand prayer.
or cooking. I
Principle,
think
that's alchemy. Cooking is alchemy. Prayer is magic if you expect it to come to reality. The same energy that you put forth the effort in prayer is the same energy you put forth in the effort to manifest. Like magic, out of nothing, you brought something into existence. But you weaved it in with the elements of three-dimensional reality so well, using the observer effect, everything just so-called fell into place. And it made it easier for you to walk your path.
right. So in listening to what you're saying, basically through religion, right? Many have been told to stay away from magic. It's demonic, it's this and that. When the truth of the matter is, what it sounds like is that they don't want us being knowledgeable about magic because that's the very thing that they're using against us.
Our ignorance of the way magic is applied and how it works is 100% why they was torturing us. So that's why I can't tell them where they use the magic at, how it worked to oppress us. And once our people understood what happened, that shit don't work on them no more. Their spiritual warrior system kicks in to block that BS out of their life. And this is how you be overthrowing the other system in real time. Right? So the energy is moving as the matriarchal juggernaut is reforming. A collective of clan mothers across the land who had the first right to the earth right, because the mitochondrial of the mother is in the elements that's in the earth. And this is why they say man was formed from the dust of the ground. Man wasn't formed from the dust of the ground. He was formed from the woman who emerged as if from the dust of the ground. She came up like trees in the body of flesh. But so we can conceal her power, we hijack the matrix, right? We send in slimy sluts to infiltrate the sisterhood of the priestesses that's keeping this love in is undefeatable. Realize the purpose of their existence and they walk in it. The dynamic shifts on a dime as a massive paradigm shift. Our people is hard to learn the ways of a lesser frequency. So it make it look like we retarded. Because it's children's information being forced in an adult manner to us. And it doesn't make sense. It's like a parody. So we begin to reject it, but we don't know why we're rejecting it. So we force ourselves to go along in order to get along. And then you run into people like me.
The great decoder, right?
They knew I was going to be a problem when they saw me coming. They just didn't know how bad it was going to be.
That
And
part.
in the immortal words of Genghis Khan, if they had not been guilty of terrible sins, God would not have sent them a plague such as me.
That's it. So now fast forward, right? Because the people are waking up. Okay.
Yep.
We have your information, which I just am so thankful. There's so many of us that are so thankful for your walk and, you know, your spread of information because it is catching on like wildfire. Okay. People, even people who believe in, operate in this system that we call the government, you know, light bulbs are going off. Like, that do make sense. What he's saying makes sense, right? So now moving forward in this time, right? Because as we're clear that spells, right, magic has been used to keep us sleeping in a slumber, going against our intuition for many of us, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, how, from your perspective, is it that we start to deprogram to reprogram ourselves?
It has been an ongoing effort. So if you look, we've built organizations within this government that has risen and failed since they've been here. So it's not can we build on our own has never been the issue. The problem was that if we stayed under our own vine and fig tree and let the government, they would have been stuck in one geographical location to the east of the Appalachian Mountains. They would have never crossed the mountains. But they took our kindness for weakness and exploited the chiefs, and then they told us a history that was not contrary to what was really taking place on the land, but the way that our ancestors left the history in both oral and written tradition, it comes down as old legends that helps us decode the history that they was telling us. And then we go back to find that when they came, they had a different history from us than they gave us after the civil rights movement. When they came, we was the organic people of the land that had always been here. And they described us the same as we look today. Remember, most of the tribes did not sign treaties. You only hear about the 5 civilized tribes. There was other tribes that made treaties, but the majority of tribes never made treaties with the corporation called the United States of America. And they classified us as outlaw tribes. They classified us and was declared belligerent enemy dependent nations. This is how they referred to us in their laws. And they declared that we couldn't read their laws, therefore we was incompetent to regulate our own affairs. So they came up with this fairy tale about the Plymouth, and this is why Malcolm said we didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us because they used their standards to take us into a litigation with the Vatican, who was supposed to be the highest authority on the planet. He told them under the discovery doctrine to exploit the people of the land, and that he would enforce their lien on the land. The lien on the land marks the crash site of the Plymouth that they told us in history was called the Mayflower. They changed the name of it in our face to bring our attention to what it was. So the Mayflower originally called the Plymouth, and they left a rock to commemorate the crash site. And until Donald Trump ran that ship out of the bay, they had to maintain the ship under the laws of admiralty and maritime in that bay in order to collect the duty, which came in the form of batch rolls of birth certificates, which are investment bonds for the corporation that's salvaging the Black people from the waters. The Black people are the ones that was fighting the war ever since they came. They classified them by legalese as the ones they attack, as the chessboard shows you the game. And told you the whole time the Moors' favorite game was chess. So the chess left us at a stalemate that brought us to fight a conjure war in order to stop the physical war. But they started to cheat and violate the rules and turn us against each other so that they can exempt themselves from responsibility. And they was laughing at us the whole time, talking about kill Whitey, nigga, kill Whitey. And he Whitey. It's a David Copperfield trick that was played on us.
Wow.
Well, once you see it, you can't unsee it. All the evidence is there in the public. Point it out. And I done been posting it for 5 years, proving the point.
Your patience, honey. Patience, patience, patience. Wow. So, in these spiritual streets, they be saying, so above, so below, so within, so without.
Mm-hmm.
So, because you're like a walking encyclopedia, you know what I'm saying? Spiritually and, in this earth realm, all that. So, I just want to pick your brain just a little bit, see what's going on. You know what I'm saying?
They used to
So,
call me Dr. Rod the Walking University when I was locked up.
man, that's it. That's all. When I first heard you speak, I was like, he did Akashic records, encyclopedias, the computer. Like, what? So, galactically, so above, so below, so within, so without. Galactically, what, from your perception, from what you know, is going on? Because if we got
This is a 3D holographic simulator for the gods of the universe to reduce themselves to a lesser state in order to experience being from in a lesser energy. The experience is the same as somebody putting on goggles playing Fortnite. The only that we using the body as the avatar to roam, and we projecting our psyche into the avatar from a remote location somewhere else. This is the stars in the sky that represents the people. Is why you have zodiac signs that tell you what sector of the world you're looking at the world from, because the energy you came on was on this channel. And this is how astrology charts match with your life for you to be able to navigate. But they don't want you to know that, so they tell you that it's some what they call pseudoscience folklore. And astrology is an ancient temple, so why is it there if it's just some folklore? It's just and why do it accurately map the stars as astrology that you say is a legitimate science? The ephemeris is needed in the science to tell them where the location of the stars at. But you use it to read an astrological chart. You don't know you're calculating the energy frequency network.
Mm.
And if you know how the energy work in the movement of people, you can see the pattern, and then you will be able to read it as it happened instead of after the fact. You got to look back on it, but you can see it coming now.
Deep.
That's
So,
the great paradigm shift.
right. So we're gods projecting ourselves here to play this little game, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how does one tap in to get to know that greater part of themselves that's projecting itself here?
Okay, this is the coldest piece of information I can give you. When you in the dark and you close your eyes, you are in the center of creation as prime creator. Create. See what you want your life to be. But sometimes the mind gonna exaggerate it one way or the other. But you're gonna get exactly what you design. You just changing the way your book of life is already written. At that point, you're using free will instead of the predestined path that you wrote before you came in. You always have the right in the game to assume control of the avatar and use the power of will to move the avatar where its ego would never move it if it freezes it in place, starts to jam because the information is confusing. The higher self is not confused because it has holographic memory. The avatar's memory operates almost like a movie reel in sequence.
So is that
But the
what we're...
holographic,
Go ahead.
the holographic mind of the God form can see it from beginning to end, and sometimes beyond the beginning of this one into past lives, because it follows the energy. The holographic memory, you see everything in multiple dimensional layouts in order to triangulate in on a source of information that you left off. It's like going back to get the coins in the game. But you got to go to the dark side of the board.
That part.
The dark side of the board is the dark place in the home where you most comfortable, right? In the darkness, in the place that you most comfortable, you can most easily look at your life and review it and say, I need to correct this, I need to correct that, I still feel some kind of way about this, I need to work this out. And then the shadow work that people scared of because it brings back emotional traumas to the forefront that they've been suppressing, that's been making a personality icky to be around. So now when they started to release it, because they're seeing it from their God form, they start laughing and say the only person that know me well enough to write this script had to be me.
Had to be. And then you begin to understand why they say God don't put nothing on you that you can't handle.
Mm-hmm. Now remember, the goal is to understand some stuff called human emotion, because the human emotion is the navigation system on the pilot's dashboard with all them knobs and dials and stuff that telling you where you going, where you been, how you make a turn, when to stay straight, how to lift the rudder. All that stuff is on the dashboard called emotions. the only way you can learn to use them to your advantage is to first make sure they're always in context. Now you can adjust. You can look at the system holistically, which is going to project the imagery holographically to activate your higher senses to oversee the view. Now you overstand the information by using the information to set your soul free.
So what does that mean to set our soul free? What does that mean?
That means to come to the realization of who you are as your higher self and what it means to be in the physical body. This is a training simulation to learn how to combat energies one to another by using the system of opposites, right? But then the bad kids figured out that the system of opposites can be used to control all the kids in the school, and the dean was gone. When the dean got back, the school was out of order. So somebody had to put the new world in order. The only way to put the new world in order is to solve problems that exist within the realms of the people. And this is how you up your rank in the game, by upping more solutions that's functional in further and further reaches of the planet. And once you got sufficient working solutions for the collective of the whole, now you can put all of the pieces together so everybody can eat.
I mean, do you think that people can really wrap their minds around?
No. It's designed that way though. The game is designed to trap you in your lower frequency so you can fight your way out of it. And then when it's time to wake up and reset the game, then people got to come along with information that shocks back to reality. Back to life, back to reality, back to the here and now. So so it snaps you out of, by telling you and exposing you to how the conjure works, breaks your mind free. Because once your mind understands how it works, you can't act like you don't know now. So now your mind have to tell you how to be free in the face of the oppression that they was trying to hold you under.
Right.
And then you light up. You light up. That's your inner light being set free. And that's the raising of the frequency.
So as we rise this frequency, because I mean, I noticed we noticed beforehand, right? You know, especially in our community when people had mental challenges or what we would call like schizophrenia or things of that nature, you know, it was kind of just kept and swept under the rug, right? And so now this is like more out in the open, and it is treated medically, right? And in our culture, historically, as the people of the land, we didn't have all this.
We had people who would wake up to the reality of the simulation, and they need help assimilating the spirit realm to the physical realm, because they walking in two worlds, fully waking to both of them. Some of them can't sleep for months at a time or years because they are fully awake. I mean, that the frequency of energy that the mitochondria are putting out into the cells is allowing a 3D being to walk in fourth and fifth dimensional matrices simultaneously. So all of that energy is being refined efficiently in that individual. But because the conscious mind is conditioned that the body needs sleep, to repair itself, now you told your conscious mind not to let the body repair itself. So it begins to break the vessel down. This is like saying turning off the X-Men superpower. And now they just regular people. But as soon as they realize what's going on, they X gene activate. Right? Because you can't hold the divine light oppressed forever. And if the right frequency crosses your heart chakra, it sets you free.
So the best thing we can do for those of us that are not trained in this spiritual arena to help these individuals navigate through that is to just send them love like we do everything else. Pure divine love.
One of our most powerful conjurers is being happy and singing and dancing. All love languages is active powers to harness for magic in the name of love. If it's done from a righteous perspective, you wield powerful spiritual tools that chops down almost all wickedness. You just look at the things that we naturally do everywhere we are. We are everywhere we at, we barbecue, and that's not new. We've been doing that for thousands of years, and they're trying to make it look like we just figured out how to barbecue yesterday in the 1800s.
That part.
They want us to believe we was running around savage on the land, but we got ancient castles everywhere we look. Some of them they turned into prisons, some they turned into states building. But them was our castles long before 1492. So who was savage? Right? And because if our women wanted to walk around butt booty ass naked, it wasn't a problem. They wasn't gonna get raped. And you come from a culture where rape is the standard. They come from the club or on the head, drag her in the cave. That's not our MO. That's not our people. That's not our history over here. Marriage is for political moves. It's to tie families together by blood right in their face without them knowing what's taking place. This is why they want everybody to go give up some DNA. Ain't got nothing to do. The test is just for entertainment, and they tell you that right on the package. So anything that's for entertainment can be altered to match the entertaining thing that they're trying to use to entertain you. Once you realize that, then you know they're using your DNA for something else because they know who we are. They ain't never stopped watching us and following us from generation to generation because they know what families and bloodlines they got to try to murder off because they know where the chief's going to come at. But they not smarter than Mother Nature. She know how to shuffle us around on the land and make one chief that would have born somewhere else be born over here instead. And then he be born here, and then he go over there, and you don't know he gonna come up and be the boss over there where he at. Big Mama sent him. All over the land. Big Mama boys was sent all over the land. I need you to go wrap this up, clean this up, and get these people straightened up because they got them tore up in such a bad way. So that's what we've been doing. It's been difficult because we have to figure out how to use all of these systems of language and dumb it down to the colloquial language because you have to filter it so people will know what they're doing so you can explain how it worked. Elijah Muhammad said you have to make it plain enough for a baby to understand it. And when I realized that by observation, until somebody show you different, the average person is arrested development at 6 years old. So now you got to ask yourself before you get hot under the collar, is you going to stand toe to toe and argue and bicker with a 6-year-old?
That's facts.
Right.
Wow.
I don't argue with women because I'm not a woman. That's simple. I'm not gonna argue with no woman. I ain't no woman. We can talk about it though. I can't argue with you about it because we can't fix nothing. And I like to get shit fixed because I don't like to keep going back over something. Right? They use that secret squirrel information by not letting you know the different language. Legalese is not the same as colloquial English, but it's the same with medicalese. That's why you need to go to university so you can learn the language so you can identify the drug.
Exactly. Exactly. Wow. So, as we know, like they put a lot of information right in front of our face, especially in the entertainment, right? There are the movies that people are super drawn to, you know, Marvel, I forget what other
Fantasy superheroes.
exactly. And you know, with these different type of beings, you know. And so in my opinion, it's the truth and it's reality.
So in the
So
metaphysical community, sweetie, all of the high priests know this, and all of the magi, the sorcerers, they all know that in this period we in, nobody was allowed to come in what's called a mythic form, right? They had to come in human suits. You can look at different people and you can see their mythic form peering through their human suit. And they draw them in the animation to show them themselves in mythic form so they can remember which one of the original light sources they came in on. Because that's who sent you to University Earth in order to learn how to balance your God powers and to activate your higher senses by overwhelming your lower senses.
I love this shit. So when we say, because you know, people watching this might just be thinking that we're talking about the superhuman powers that are going on. But when you say mythical, what do you mean by mythical?
So in mythology, you see that you got fairies, you got gnomes, you got Bigfoot looking creatures, you got ogres. All of those things is in human form in this chapter or in this age that we in. Nobody was allowed to come in if they didn't appear to be human, right? So when the fairy come in, she expresses it through the DNA as this little cute, dainty little thing. And everybody love her, you know. It's almost like you can see the sprinkles behind her when she walks. The energy is there. But we don't know that we not coming in mythic form, right? But we came in different ages in mythic form, and we was all type of things from dragons to butterflies that talked and walked on 2 feet, the size of humans. We've been through all of those incarnations. This is a new one for us. And we using the chapter of misery to force us to wake up at the right time. And the misery and the suffering causes the rank and file to call on a more powerful energy than before because this one ain't working. So Mother Nature sends a different person to the different parts of the society to test it, to see what need to be fixed. They live the life of the local society in order to catalog the errors, in order to know what to adjust for. The walking mitochondria of the earth. That's going to give the instructions to the T cells, that's going to organize the white cells in order to activate the defensive energies. What they call the great cleanup.
Yeah. Yes, let the people know. Let them know, let them know, let them know. Wow, this is exciting. I mean, I could ask questions all night. Like, and then I'm a Gemini, so you know I could really do this all day.
Oh
But
yeah, especially when you hit that Tupac Kendrick energy.
and spice it up with a little bit of Donald Trump on top, you know, throw some Kanye in there, you know. Ah, well, so let's close it out with this. So what is something that you would really urge us, because there are so many people that are still operating in this system that still are caught up in the paperwork. You know, we have people that are waking up to it but still going out and filling out the paperwork saying that they're not a citizen, and you know,
Do you
becoming
know what a
third
trap in that?
parties.
You know what a trap in that is? They let you in for so long, and then they clamp down on you and say you was committing fraud. All you gotta do is talk to the brothers in the federal penitentiary, and you know why they're there. It's a trap, slave trap,
That part.
because you'll end up enslaved following that pattern. They already showed you that. Rise of the Moors. They showed you. You know, if you don't have the means to defend, then you can't demand.
Mm.
If I can't protect my wife, I can't demand her to stay away from that other nigga that can. I look like a damn fool because I'm a damn fool at that point. But if I know I can protect her, I can demand her to remain in her place. Go on in there and relax, put your feet up, you at home now. But if she don't feel safe, she ain't finna stay there. She gonna find every excuse to go somewhere. Home is a safe place. But when you bring terror to the home, you disrupt the nation. That's just the way it is. And I don't mean nation paperwork wise.
That part.
I mean nation as in natal, as in from the mother. But they use it in their uniform commercial code because the national status is the same status as a ship. It's done that way on purpose.
So would you
Because
just
all
go ahead?
because all of us supposed to be lost ships, lost vessels. This is why we declared us civilly mortis. Dead in the eyes of the law. We outlaws. We baby kids.
That's it. We don't die, we multiply. We keep multiplying, honey. We keep multiplying.
And every time they try to burn us out, snuff us out, we scatter like bees and form in more places than we was when they started. They try to hold us down, but they can't hold us back. As soon as we realize that, then we start to see the ones that's holding us back. They look like us, but they ain't us. And they hide behind people that don't look like us, that they had doing their form.
Dig that.
All
So
they head on the chopping block the same, as far as I'm concerned.
that's it. So what a good recommendation for people to actually go back in our culture and get familiar with our great laws. You know, the laws that
A good start. See,
you breaking up. Say that again.
I said a good start would be that Iroquois Confederacy document because it's more tribal related than the United States Constitution. And it's more detailed and has more information as to how we was running tribal confederacies back then.
Okay.
Those were peaceful tribes working together, and when the settlers came, they didn't trust us, so they wanted everything in written agreements, which compelled us to write agreements among tribal confederacies to show the people that need the written agreement that we already have a system set up. It's on paper. This used to be passed down orally, right? And the chiefs and the medicine men used to orally give it to the developing chief in parts. As he grows older, they would recite it to him over and over until he memorized it. The same as the Hafiz do with the Qurans in Islam. They used to be the same. Those were tribal grids. But now they gave them a story to tell that's not the tribal stories of the people of the land in order to trap them under a false identity, using their belief in the creator to exploit them. Straight back to the Catholic Church. So they took what was their natural tribal sciences and they wrote a similar science as their natural tribal science, but they wrote it in the Christian styling to subvert them to a Christianized version of their tribal doctrines. And the keeper of this information used to be the successor, or what they called the Calipha, which formed something called the Caliphate, which was the doctrine carriers to protect the secret that the Catholic Church is behind the creation of modern Islam that usurped the tribe's natural tribal ways. And that's why they destroyed the tribal confederacy of Tehillim, a family relic that represents the family that was in the black box, right? It used to be 360 tribes in the Confederacy. That's why they said it was 360 idols in the Kaaba. And they destroyed them all except one, Allah, which is really Allah. But the patriarchy was usurping and actively usurping the matriarchy. So the mothers taught the sons to become the Sufi. And you have the Sufi order of the red light and the Sufi order of the green light that teach two different forms of Sufism. That's the tribal system to break the spell at the appropriate time to close the age. All of the spiritual dances that the women did to raise the earth frequency to make heaven on earth was practiced now by men who couldn't maintain the frequency longer than 10 to 15 minutes after the ritual, where the woman can walk in the energy for days or even months without having to do the ritual again.
This shit is deep. Okay. So for those of us that are interested in study, because there are many people who are just now becoming privy to this information. And of course, there are a lot of things that we do naturally, that we've been taught are ghetto, ratchet, that are a part of just our traditions, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as structure, because one thing that has been lost and may take some time to get back is the family structure and communal living. You know, the community has just been
So
so
go to the village.
right.
And they say take a village to raise a child.
Exactly.
That's going to be up to families, friends, and associates to form them alliances. You start where you at first, forming those alliances, and the energy you create together. When y'all find out y'all got the perfect balance of energy, you collectively relocate on the family village.
Beautiful.
That's how you do it. That's tribing up. And they keep the harmony in the new village. That's why people, birds of a feather, flock together. Like-minded people join together to perform the same accomplishment. They're trying to accomplish the same goal. Then they're more apt to follow through than the person that's doing something that he don't really want to do.
Exactly.
That's why it look like sometimes our family members hate us. No, they don't hate us. A lot of the elders be trying to hold on to the child because they don't trust that shit they taught them that they learned in the church. So it make them try to micromanage their adult child and become overprotective of the child, smother the child becomes spoiled like a bruised apple. But don't nobody notice the bruise, so the child go on to continue to rot. Right? But when the mother is allowed to be in her feminine mother mode, that's the highest frequency on earth a woman can be in. And that's why the food tastes better, smell better. The people that don't like cooking for their family, that food be horrible.
Yeah.
But that woman that's why everybody want to go Big Mama house. She throw down because she loves feeding her family, because her feeding her family feeds her soul.
Yes.
And this is how you get soul food.
Yes.
Frequency. She can go in there with a little bit of nothing and come up with a whole lot of something.
A whole lot of something. We making magic, okay?
Do you believe in magic?
That's
In
it.
a young girl's heart, do you believe in magic?
That's right. So yes, thank you for this. I believe that, you know, on a lot of these platforms, the misunderstanding is so much of the programming that we have been through. We want to study, we want books to teach us how to become ourselves, you know, like how do we get back to being the original people? And I think what is being missed from a lot of what you're saying is the spiritual aspect of it, which is once we really start to even just take the first step to stepping into our essence, once we recognize, right, we've been woken up and just start to really step into your essence, all of this shit just falls into place. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
what that kind of internal, those internal mechanisms can't be taught to you in any book. You can't study it. You know what I'm saying? We're so used to picking up a book and studying how to do something or being taught how to be ourselves, so to speak, that's hard for many to wrap their minds around. You get what I'm trying to say?
You have some good instructional manuals on the processes, but what most people will run from it, because if the title says self-help, They don't want to help themselves. Hell no, they not finna read that shit. Crime drama, let me in. That's if they even. That's even if they gonna read something. Give me some Anne Rice. You know what I'm saying? Some DC Andrews.
Dig that.
They want to read that kind of stuff. They don't want to read nothing that might induce them to rebel against the system. Wake up to how to wake up to their power. As you wake up to your power, they can't stop you.
Okay, so in real life, I'm like a life coach, right? So what I've found out, especially now, is so many people are afraid of their power. Isn't that crazy?
Because the system is systemic. This is systemic in the system. It was designed that way.
Hmm.
It's psychological arrested development. It's a child's behavior to their natural and innate talents being so wonderful that it draws the attention of others around them. It's a child's behavior that's carried into adulthood. The only reason it works is because the educational network is designed to render you to suspend critical thinking and practical problem solving for instructional ability to follow orders. All the way in the university. In university, if it's not peer-reviewed, accepted reference, you can't use that.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Right? So now, no matter what you believe, you got to go find one of they people to tell you what that somebody else other than you believe what you just told them. So now you need some dead motherfucker to validate the living man.
That's
They
it.
don't believe you. They don't believe themselves. They know they lied to us and they think that we falling for the lies. But when they realize that we are not falling for the lies, that we using our real eyes to realize these real lies they've been telling. So we start telling the other people, it becomes contagious that we see the tricks and the traps, and that sets us free. Because even if you don't want to be free, your gate wide open, and the energy of freedom is magnetic. You're just gonna walk through that motherfucker. You're not staying in this cave. And this is the same trap. They psychological arrested development through a 12-step thinking detox program called modern education, set up by the Rothschilds and the Bilderbergs to turn humans with infinite potential into subjugated workers with a desire to work to fulfill the needs of the person and his immediate family. And this is why they use the discriminatory tactics of racism, because those tactics is going to cause us to try to overtake their system according to the laws of nature. And that's how you end up with integration in the end. And it was the goal the whole time.
That's it.
The great melding pot. How do you get people that don't want to meld together to meld together? You tell them they can't. And then you give them some dumb reason and back it up by science.
Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? It's like, I don't know. It's the same pattern over and over again.
You back it up with religion.
That's so true.
You religion to back it up. The same lie.
Mm.
They say God created somebody to be better than somebody else. That's not God. Who is this nigga?
That part.
My mom, God, no respecters and no for persons. Ain't no big eyes and no little U's. And my growth and development literature told me that ain't no big eyes and no little U's. So them two things coincide. I don't bullshit. God didn't make nobody to be better than nobody else. He just made them to be different.
That's it.
The skeletal cranial structure of Michael Jordan did not need to be the same cranial skeletal structure as William the Refrigerator Perry in order for them to both do great things in their respective sports. But if you would have tried to switch places with them, they'd have looked like some befuddling idiots.
That's it.
They both outside their element. As long as you use them in their element, you get the optimum performance anytime.
For their optimal good. Yes.
That's how you find your zone. Once you feel that zone, you can't go back. That's why one mother that's feels safe at home in the kitchen, and she looking at her babies playing on their gadgets on the couch, and she's scanning the room, and then she see her significant other outside doing whatever with the damn dogs, and then she realized this is home.
Yeah.
That energy hit, blah.
You even breathe different, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then you start nesting, and everybody start accusing you of have OCD.
That part.
They don't know. They don't know you live walking in that divine mother energy, and it might look like OCD because they had to tell us that the woman in that love energy like that is something wrong with them. That's nesting. The higher the motherly frequency and that love of the being a mother, playing that mother role is, the more you're going to nest. You're going to be pruning, making yourself up your way.
That's it.
You might want feathers in your hair. That flower you picked off your own garden this morning, it was so pretty, it looked good right here behind my ear today.
That's it.
That's that energy. Now, if all of the women can be safe in that energy, the whole energy of the planet shifts to heaven. But they can't feel safe because the warring patriarchs have the energy upset it with the bloodletting rituals. And that's what the communion at the church is. And that's why you was born a sinner. It's a sin right.
Wow.
Babylonian blood magic, simulated cannibalism ritual. In the spirit realm, the energy is the same. Eat of my flesh, drink of my blood.
Yeah, that's deep. That's deep.
Donald J. going to announce it. It's going to be big. As he say, he don't say it's going to be big. He said, could be huge. Gonna be huge.
you know how he talk. You know how he talk. Yo, you know what I want to show you too, Rod? A brother gave me this at the gathering, man. He gave me an eagle feather, man. This brother, what's the brother name? I got it. Windwalker. I didn't remember his name last time. I'm gonna have a brother on the show. The brother name is Windwalker, and he gifted me a eagle feather. So I want to give a shout out to Windwalker. I thought about Rod because you know what Rod is chief. So I was like, oh, I was very thankful, man. But thank you to the brother Windwalker. He's one of the groups that represented at the Million Man March in '95, I think, when Farrakhan had it in DC. So shout out to that brother, man, and shout out to everybody out there representing the land. You know, Rod, man, we got an important show tonight. Our people know a lot about the Bible. The Bible is a book that any hotel you go to see a Bible. You go to anywhere you go, pretty much a Bible's everywhere. Wherever you go, there's a Bible somewhere. So everybody's familiar with the spiritual text that we know of as the Bible. People are familiar with the Quran. People are familiar with, some other books, like the Book of Enoch, things like that. One spiritual text that I would say the Black community isn't very familiar with, that other communities are familiar with, Indian communities, the Bhagavad Gita. And being that we were a global people, being that at one time on the planet, when you looked around, it was a whole lot of brothers that look like us or darker, being that we are an ancient race, you know, it's time for us to dive deep into these ancient texts that could be of great, tremendous help to us during this awakening. As you say, something's about to happen in a disclosure. These texts could awaken stuff in us, Rod, that has not been awakened yet. I know you dive deep into a lot of these spiritual texts. One of the sharpest brothers I know when it comes to ancient history. So let's talk about this Bhagavad Gita, Rod Hayes. Let's talk about the characters in it, the purpose of it, and what can we learn from it. Let's talk about this Bhagavad Gita. I heard Sadhguru talk about it on YouTube. What is your opinion and what's your take on the Bhagavad Gita, Rod?
So the Gita is actually an excerpt from a larger text called the Mahabharata.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, in India,
what was the event early this year that ushered in the Golden Age? What was the name of that again?
It was called the Mahabharata.
Mahabharata, okay. And so that's the Mahabharata, and the Bhagavad Gita comes from the Mahabharata.
Right, which is a much larger text.
Okay. They
There's also, yeah. So they have the prime text of a lot of, so Hinduism is not really a religion.
Mm-hmm.
It's based on more your caste and which spiritual school of thought you espouse because of your family line.
Right.
When you look at the overall text,
mm-hmm.
right, they got chapters called sutras.
Mm-hmm.
The Bhagavad Gita is it's a narrative of a story between the charioteer named Arjuna, who's talking to Lord Krishna. Right? Now, if you know, in Kemet, we have what's called KRST, Karast. Krishna
mm-hmm.
is the Hindu variant of the same energy. Right? So it means the anointed. And the anointed is the one who raises the sacred secretion. The physical anointing is done by the women in the clan with the oil. So now in Christianity, they use olive oil.
Mm-hmm.
But in the ancient cultures, they use the oil of the alligator that they get from the alligator's brain, his cerebral spinal fluid. It looked the same. Then some over here, they use alligator oil. Right. All these oils is to symbolically give you the spiritual initiation in the physical world that matches your spiritual initiation in the spiritual world. So as you anoint the child, as he grow, he's going to be looking for markers that's going to allow him to activate. So he's going to become the Karast or the Kursna, and he's going to be the heir apparent to restore Earth at the close of the age. This is the story where Krishna explaining to Arjuna that, so Arjuna asked him a question early in the text about why do he see family members that's taking up both sides of the war against each other. And Krishna goes on to explain to him that in spiritual war, some of the people in our family in a past life were probably our mortal enemy. And it shows up in the spiritual conflict when you're looking at it with a spiritual vision.
Okay.
So Krishna was able to see spiritually, and he was able to recognize what Arjuna was looking at and explain to him. And he go into a lot of other what they call wisdom teachings.
Mm-hmm.
The basic premise of the book is to explain the spiritual warfare and the battle on earth between what we say men and angels, or angels and men, gods and men, mortals and immortals, right? So all of that is those ancient war scrolls. There's a lot of them in India, but they're not even all written as if it's a war dynamic taking place. Some of them are written as spiritual teachings, but it's still part of spiritual warfare.
Right. Now, who else? Who are some of the you know, in the Bible? You got the characters in the Bible. You got Abraham, Moses, Jesus, you know, Mary. Who are some of the characters in the Bhagavad Gita?
It's the two main characters. The two main characters is having a discussion, right? So it'll put you in the mind of the Machiavelli Art of War, where you have a military philosopher that's having a conversation with a battle-tested military general. The philosopher gained his rank in general by going through military training in military school, where the general came up in the ranks from a soldier on the battlefield to rise through the ranks as a general. And the Art of War, Machiavelli, is this dialogue between the two to understand how the one that was on the battlefield see the battlefield different than the one that was trained in the boardroom or in the battle room, the war room.
And who's the two having the dialogue?
So in the Bhagavad Gita, is Lord Krishna is having this conversation with Arjuna about the spiritual warfare. Right. And the comparative analysis was Prince Niccolo Machiavelli's Art of War, where he wrote it for Leonardo Piero Medici when he was rising to power in I think it was Italy.
You know, a lot of people when they think about the Bible, they look at the Bible as a prophetic book, and they talk about revelations and how a lot of things are coming to pass. Is there text in the Bhagavad Gita that you could look at modern time and look at 2024 and say, damn, Bhagavad Gita is right on point with what's happening right now?
The spiritual warfare aspect, because even now, when the ones that's the chosen ones begin to speak out and tell what they know, you have family members that want to silence them, right? We call them matrix agents, right? But really what it is they programmed by the world, and the ones that's the chosen ones is programmed to do a job for the world when they get in the world. Right. So it's a lot of different wisdom teachings in there. Arjuna and Krishna being the main characters, but they do talk about, they call other names of the people they looking at while they're giving the discussion, but the main characters are still Arjuna and Krishna.
When we talk about the spiritual war, just to use a modern example, I forgot who I was interviewing the other day, and we might have been talking about, what's the young brother name, y'all? We was talking about the archons. What's the young brother name? Oh, RFG, the chosen one. And I was talking about if this is let's say this is a game, a holographic projection, a game that's being played, and we're talking about entities like the archons or whatever. When I asked him about your children, I want to ask you about your parents, Rod. What if your parents, as much as we respect Big Mama and our mother, a lot of people have horrible relationships with their mother. What advice would you give to them if there's spiritual warfare going on between them and their mother? Their mother may be programmed by the Matrix, and they may have come down here to reprogram the Matrix. What advice would you give them, Rod?
I would tell them, don't try to fight with your parents. You got to lead by example. Because your parents, like I said, this is funny you would bring up a recent interview. And the recent one of my lives, I was like, we have to learn to respect our elders, even though some of them batshit crazy. Right? A lot of them have been indoctrinated so well by the enemy that they can't tell who they are versus who their ancestors were. Who they believe they a whole different set of people than the people they was before 1492. This is why we are dressed up like everybody but the organic originals from the land.
Right. Indeed. Somebody in the chat, and this was actually one of the things I want you to touch on. Where's it at? I want to bring this up right away, right now, since you brought it up. Could you talk about the three modes, since we're talking about the Bhagavad Gita, the three modes of material nature?
Yeah, so that's the same. Material is the same as the states of matter, solid, liquid, and gas. We look at those as the solid being earth, the liquid being water, which is the symbol for spirit, the steam being the emanating source of all. So as we go through the three folds of the material world, we become in tune with our a higher consciousness that would be in this third state of matter, which would be a gaseous state, what we call the nine ether.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So the nine ether is the oversoul, overspirit, the collective unconscious. Then you have the water, which is the symbol for spirit in the physical world. And then you have the earth, which is solid matter, which the human body has all three components, plus the fourth element of fire, the fifth element being the ether.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Right. So those three states of matter are also states of consciousness according to your spiritual development.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You know, a quick question. It's a little off topic from the Bhagavad Gita, but it came to my mind, so I guess it's meant for me to ask you. A lot of people call us non-ether beings. I've heard a lot of people refer to us through the years of me being in this, study as non-ether beings, and they refer to our hair as non-ether hair. They refer to it as antennas. I always wondered, Rod, our hair spirals. We learning more and more about the importance of the spiral and the coil and things of that nature. Why when we're born, when we first incarnate into this realm and we take on this avatar, why when as a baby coming out the mother's womb, out the portal, why is our hair straight and it takes a while to develop that spiral, that galaxy spiral? Why don't we come down here with the non-ether? Why does it take a year or two or three and then you see the hair spiraling more and more?
That's only certain ones. I was born nappy hair.
Okay.
I was born with nappy hair. My mom just called me a little raisin head boy, talking about nappy hair.
Yeah.
Right. So that's based on you sitting in the amniotic fluid. Hair tends to relax in water. Right.
Okay.
So when you've been in there for 9 months, it's going to take a while for the oils and the air from around it to interact with the hair itself to cause it to change state. But normally the ones born with straight hair, they end up with what's called curly locks. That's like 8 ether. Right. The 9 ether is the real tight stuff. What they call it, BB shots and robo knots. You remember that?
Yeah. Oh yeah, BB shots. I ain't hear that in a while. BB shots. I ain't hear that in a while. Since Martin, the sitcom Martin. Oh man. Wow.
Yeah. So, but that's the 9 ether. The true 9 ether, they don't really grow long hair. They normally have naturally short hair and naturally don't grow long. But some of us, when we right between 8 and 9, we can grow a big afro. And then if you really look at the afro is the attempt to straighten out the kinks in the hair by using, picking it out, poofing it up, and then pack it down, because they don't know nothing about packing the afro down, to make sure that it's symmetrical,
Right.
But when you grow up in the 70s, you've seen it. You've seen it firsthand. Everybody tending to their afro. My whole family had afros in Chicago.
Yeah. Yeah. Afros used to be real big. The universe. I was talking to Dr. B the other day. I told Dr. B, I said, if you look at the universe, like how they say the universe is a brain, and they'll show the brain with the neurons coming out, then they'll show the universe. The universe almost looks like an afro, Rod. That shit look like one huge afro that keeps growing, Rod.
Yeah, so that's dark matter.
Yeah.
That's dark matter. You gotta remember, it's just like being inside of the uterus. We just inside of a bigger version called creation. Right. And the only way you can get in is through a portal.
Yeah.
But creation itself is a galactic portal.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So Prime Creator filters down information and puts the rest of everything in order by utilizing a agency of man in the realm of humanity in order for us to fix the problems. So we got at the close of last age, so the Piscean age closed out now. We in the early days of the Aquarian. The energy ain't fully hit yet, but it's revving up. And this is being told by the solar flares, by the Schumann resonance, by the electromagnetic field that they call the Van Allen belt. The Van Allen belt is doing all kind of stuff different than it normally does. That's the Pleiadian light lock. When they be talking about we in the dome, if we was in the true dome, at the bottom where the dome meet the earth, you would have a perpetual air spiral all the way around.
Right.
Right. Then they want to use the echo effect of a pop bloom in a hollow chamber. But the reason why that's not a good experiment to explain us being in the dome is because when it thunder in New York, you don't hear it in LA.
Right.
Right. And the reason being is it's called the dissipation of sound. If you was in the dome and the thunder was being echoed through the dome, when it strike one place, you would hear it every place. Right? So the sheer volume within inside the confines of atmosphere is so vast that the sound can't travel simultaneously from New York to LA for you to hear the thunderstorm that's taking place in New York. It's the same. You can't hear the thunderstorms that's happening in Australia, but if we was in the dome and the sound of thunder was the identifier, then once that sound of thunder go off, everybody in the dome would hear it. Right? So this is a couple of things, but the Van Allen belt is the Pleiadian light lock that they talk about who can loose the bands of the Pleiades. Right? And it's backed up by what's called Arcturian light conjure, because they trapped us in here in order for the good ones and the bad ones to fix the problem before they left the lock. Right? So this is the war in the spirit realm being confined to a specific geography or galactic location, right? Which is on the earth. So I tell people that the war in heaven on Nibiru landed on earth as a sibling rivalry up there came to us as the war between the forces of dark and the forces of light. In other words, the light-skinned niggas versus the dark-skinned niggas. Right? So, but we ain't looking at it like that. We looking at it like some good people and some bad people is fighting it out. But they brothers and sisters and cousins and uncles and nieces and nephews, right? This goes back to the Gita, by the way. So it's all related, because this is why Arjuna had to tell, Krishna had to tell Arjuna that you have these people in the families. Everybody got them in their family, even though they're not from the same spiritual position in the conflict. Right? So it's like it's a war between intelligence versus ignorance. Right? And they allow ignorance to run rampant until somebody come along and say, that's enough of the dumbass shit. So then we get to the point where, okay, if it's enough of doing things from the perspective of ignorance, what do we have to do now to shift to intelligence? Right? So to give you the example, they gave us something called artificial intelligence. That's 4-point quantum encryption. But the human intelligence is tied to your spiritual body, which gives you a 19-point quantum encryption across 19 dimensions. That's 19 times 19 to the 19th power. And that's why 19 is the sacred seal. Alpha meets Omega. Beginning meets the end. So when we being trapped by accepting the structure of the religious dogmas that they gave us without questioning it. But soon as you start questioning it, more questions is going to arise till you get to the point where it's going to be so easy to see through it. But other people that didn't go through the process, they can't see it. So now you've been separated by intelligence versus ignorance.
Right.
And that goes back to everything we did is predicated on divide and conquer. They divided the humans up by geography, skin color, class, ranks, system, style, all of them different means of dividing us. And we still have the ability, after all the divisive tactics used to make us the worst, we still have the capacity to love each other and not care that other people don't want you to love somebody. Right. So you might have a friend, everybody be like, man, why you hanging with dude, man? Dude, a piece of shit. No, that's my man's. He a piece of shit to you. He probably supposed to be a piece of shit to you. But he supposed to be a rose to me. He's supposed to be a diamond in the rough to me. And he ain't, everybody ain't supposed to get along. And this is one of the problems where people can't take criticism. They think everybody's supposed to kiss everybody else's ass. I have not read in my book of life, nobody else is where it say we obligated to kiss any ass. And then my mama also told me, you don't got to kiss nobody ass, but don't nobody got to kiss yours either. And I felt that. That sounded legit. But when you go to church, they want you to kiss Jesus ass, Mary ass, God ass. But God don't want you to kiss his ass. Because he wouldn't have gave you those qualities of divinity that make you be able to stand on your own 2 feet. This also part of the discussion that Arjuna is having with Krishna, right? Embracing your spiritual path going to put you at conflict with people you love. It don't mean that you don't love them any less. It just means that your spiritual development, it's like outgrowing your favorite genes because you've been eating too much. You can either lose weight or you can give up the genes. Most people gonna give up the genes because trying to lose weight is difficult and don't nobody want no hard stuff. We all want to go through life and bypass the hard part, not knowing that embracing the hard part sets you up for the rest of it to be a path of ease. But the hard part got to be addressed.
Right.
Everybody's ducking the pain in pursuit of the pleasure. Right. Them people, they stuck to the right. And the other people, they so busy inflicting the pain that they don't care about the pleasure of others because they getting their pleasure from inflicting the pain. They stuck to the left. Right. So the goal is to bump straight. That's all. You might have did some dirt back in your younger days before you knew better, but when you know better, you obligated to do better. You can't do better than what you know. This is why it's a world of knowledge versus ignorance, intelligence versus ignorance, right? The wise versus the unwise, the educated versus the uneducated. But then you got to look at education because you got what's called compartmentalized education. Back in the day when we was the husband on the farm and we tended to the farm, we knew how to do everything required to run the farm, from build the barn to cook the dinner to wash the, we knew how to do it all. But now we have to specialize in something. That's to limit the capacity of your mind to connect 2 fields of knowledge together in the unified field concept in order for you to use your automotive skills, your cooking skills, your fishing skills, your hunting skills in order to navigate life. The more skills you have, the more you are adaptable and prepared for the more varying circumstances of life. They teaching us that all you need to do is go to school to be a doctor or a lawyer and you good after that. No, you not. There's doctors out here losing everything they got trying to keep up and they just can't pay their bills. It's the same with lawyers, right? But they get extra breaks that the regular people don't get because when the doctor get in distress, he can call the American Medical Association and they can tell him what grant programs that they giving free money to doctors that's in a certain circumstance in order to bring their practice back to a profit-bearing practice. We don't have that in the regular day-to-day life. Like that's what the chief for. When you in your local area and you stuck in your life and you don't know what to do, you're supposed to ask for counsel with the chief. The chief gonna ask you a whole bunch of questions about you when he understand what you can do, and he gonna say, "Well, have you ever tried doing yada yada yada?" And you're like, "No, I'd love to do that." But that's what the problem is you never tried to do the thing that you love. So instead of chasing stuff to make money, chase what you love. Money gonna be there as a side effect of doing the right thing repeatedly. And if you're following your heart's desire, it's gonna keep you doing the right thing over and over to the point where you can no longer fail. It's just gonna be natural. That's why you could raise a child in a wealthy family and they can go broke. But after a while, they can't stay broke. They can't function. They have to get that bread. And they know how, based on watching their parents, that there's something in them that can allow them to become wealthy again. And this is why most people lose the generational wealth and then another person later on in the family pick it back up. Right? Because this is a saying, good men create good times. Good times create bad men. Bad men create bad times. And bad times create good men. It's a cycle. Right? So the more that you're willing to endure and put the work in, the more you're going to have later in your life time to live your life instead of your life living you. Most of us, our life is living us, and we was given that life by the designers of this matrix. It's not the life we chose. It's not our best life scenario. And most people scared to pursue their best life scenario because they all want a safety net. Ain't no safety net when you walk on a tightrope across the Grand Canyon. You either gonna make it or you ain't. But you don't know if you don't try.
Rod, the Bhagavad Gita is a 700 verse sacred Hindu scripture, and you said it's part of a Indian epic called the how do you say it?
Mahabharata.
So we have.
I can't pronounce it like they pronounce it because I don't talk with the Indian. But
so Rod, so we have in 2024, we're talking about the Bhagavad Gita. We also have to keep in mind we have Indian woman by the name they say she's a black Indian woman by the name of Kamala Harris running for president. Is there any connection? Is there any prophecy being fulfilled with Kamala being in position to being the first woman Indian president with the name? Like we think about Kali Yuga, her name is Kamala Harris. Is there any prophecy being fulfilled if she becomes president, or just the fact that she's running?
It's in India. It's the story of Kamala Devi, which was a goddess. But in the Christian Western tradition, it's the whore of Babylon. Right. So when you look in Revelations, you want to know where you at. Go to the chapter to talk about the whore of Babylon and the fall of the whore of Babylon. That's where we at.
So Kamala represents the whore of Babylon?
Yeah. Whew. That's why Joe Brown had to tell you that she sucked her way to the top. She's a Hawk-Tua chief. She a Hawk-Tua chief.
Oh man.
But man. Look, we be at her head. But first of all, there's more than one Kamala Harris, and one of them is a man. And this is the secret of the whore of Babylon.
Don't start that, Rob. Please don't start that off, man. Don't say that, Rob.
It's more than one Kamala Harris, and one of them is a man. I'm just telling you. A lot of people thought I was crazy, but then they seen the receipts and was like, holy, why we ain't been know that? It's all part of the Statue of Liberty, Eiffel Tower connection with Parthodon Isis, which is Paris, and the fall of the Babylonian Empire, represented by Rome, and Rome is DC proper.
Right, right.
A lot of us don't know DC was named Rome before they named it Washington, DC. But it was named Rome. And then the seven hills sit there. So they telling us the narrative using the program of the Christian dogma. These stories was taken from ancient texts and they was reworked so that you can't get the true meaning of them unless you figure out the location in which they from. Right? We talk about the Gita, but if you go back to the book of Daniel and it say in the one was hewn from the mountain without the hands of a workman, right? And he rolled down from the mountain to strike the feet of iron and clay, right? Now this is Sun Wukong in China, who was sealed in the mountain for 5,000 years. Right? And then Titicaca came and recited the incantation to free him. And then one of the sorcerers gave her a band to put around his head to control him because he was uncontrollable. That's why they put him in the stone in the first place. But when you get to India, it's no longer the story of Sun Wukong. Now it's the story of Hanuman. Hanuman being the handyman, being the man capable of doing all of the things that need to be done in order to solve the problem. He's able to draw from spiritual sources as well as physical sources and able to put the story together. So when you get over here, you see the monkey and the eagle in the Nazca lines, and the monkey is symbolic of the monkey mind, the Sakoma, and the eagle is symbolic of the phoenix taking flight on the awareness that the monkey mind is the untamed mind that you need to tame in order to attain the wisdom required. So in the Sun Wukong story, he journeyed to the west to recover the 10 scrolls of wisdom. The 10 scrolls of wisdom is 10 different things that's being used to rule: economics, education, entertainment, labor law, politics, religion, sex, war, and health. All 10 of those things represent the 10 scrolls of wisdom, because when you understand how they're being used against you, you can use the same attack to defend as in Aikido, as in turning the force and momentum of your enemy around and thrusting it back up on you. That's all part of the Earth clans coming together, bringing their great heroes from around the world to form one juggernaut, like the Autobots formed one big giant robot. Optimus Prime.
Optimus Prime, yes.
Right. Optimus meaning the optimum, meaning the best of, and the prime meaning the original, the first one, the root. So they tell us the story in all of these narratives, but because we've been disassociated from who we was, our natural inclination to put these things together has been undermined and usurped by people that came to undermine and usurp who we were.
What does the Bhagavad Gita, Rod, say about, you was talking about the war in the heavens, and you mentioned Nimrod and it coming down to earth. Does the Bhagavad Gita go into the war that took place in the heavens?
No. It's looking at earth and it's looking at the families lined up on opposite sides of the battlefield, looking at the war that's being fought on the earth, not the war fought in the heavens. That's a different scroll.
Is there any connection? You know how Ajwa Kwesi, back in the day, he had the video, Christianity stolen from ancient Kemet. Is the Bhagavad Gita, is it connected to any of the other stories we hear, like let's say the Anunnaki or ancient Kemet or Atlantis or something? Is it connected to any of these other systems?
Yeah, because when you start studying the Vamanas wars, you end up in India, because the Vamana Sutras is also taken from larger chapters of the Mahabharata. And then you have the Vedas, which is the wisdom teachings. The Vedas is contemporary with like Proverbs and Ecclesiastics, but it also tells stories in there, short stories too. So these texts are all what you call ancient pyramid texts. A lot of them is still in scroll form, untranslated, in the Tibetan mountains and in the Vatican library. Those was the ones they wasn't allowed to destroy because the information they have was critical to the people.
Right.
All hieroglyphics translate.
Mm-hmm.
There's no hieroglyphics that don't translate.
So how is these going to translate? What do you mean?
They just don't know the keys to unlock the language.
Right.
But the language will translate itself if you understand body language, because most hieroglyphic writings is taken from the movements of the body when in physical motion. But it's like a scene from an animation.
Ooh. Hieroglyphics is imitated body language. That's what you say?
Yeah, the ones where you see people playing scenes.
Yeah.
Look, when you reach the alpha brain state and you sitting in the meditative position before the hieroglyphics, if you got the right DNA, they will come to life and play a cartoon for you. The cartoon will play out just like the story being told if you're from the bloodline. But if you're not from the bloodline, the pictures will remain stagnant and still. They won't move. But if you're from the bloodline, while you're looking at them, they'll start to take form. They'll start to move. They'll tap into your energy field and you will be awakened to what the hieroglyphics say without knowing what they say. That's all part of the awakening. When I say cartoon, I mean animated, like The Simpsons, or matter of fact, they even got an ancient hieroglyphic depiction of Marge Simpson. That blew my mind.
Wow. What do you think about? I had a brother who writes light language, and he wrote some things down, Rod. What do you think about individuals who they go into this automatic writing and they write this language that we may not know what it is?
That's readable.
Uh-huh.
It looked like gibberish, but it's readable. It's readable. It's full of symbols. So what he's doing is channeling, but he's not translating the channel.
Right.
So it's like you put your VCR in to record Big Time Saturday Night. You thinking you finna record wrestling, but you recorded the Spanish, what they call Sábado Gigante, Giant Saturday, the Big Saturday. So yeah, and now you got it on the video. You know what the hell they saying because you don't speak Spanish.
Right.
Gotcha. But you got another sense by watching what's going on. You might not speak the language, but you can grasp the basics of what's being displayed in the foreign language. It's the same with that type of channel. If he got to learn that language one symbol at a time. And then it won't be all over the page like that. It's going to either be from top to bottom, from bottom to top, from right to left, or left to right. It won't be all over the page. That's because he haven't tuned in to what the channel is telling him. He's just, going into what they call an autotonic state, where he just automatically put it on there. He has to learn that language. That's his higher consciousness talking to him in an ancient tongue that we haven't used in thousands of years. Right? Yes. Consciously, he don't know what it means, but subconsciously, he know what every one of them things mean.
Shout out to the brother Dave. This brother, he brought this to the Gathering of the Masters. You know, it's funny. I said this on one of my previous shows, Rod. He gave this to me, and I folded it, and it got wet. I had it in my bag, and it got wet, and it was like a snowflake formed in the middle of it. Like, this is for water right here. It formed right perfectly in the middle. You know what I'm saying? So there's definitely some power in this writing and what the brother's doing. And I'm gonna tell the brother, like you said, to really tap in one symbol at a time to figure out exactly what's going on here, man.
It's a book called Encyclopedias of Occult Symbols. That's what he needs, because he'll see almost all of those symbols in there. And then where you got variations, that's from the twist of the handwriting. Right. So I might write cursive, and my slant in my cursive might be to the right, but you might write cursive, yours might be slanted to the left. Right. So you got to understand the variations like that. And Once you understand those variations, when you see the symbol, now you can use what's called the mirror principle, same but different.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's what calligraphy is.
Right. What man, wow, this is a good. Let me get to. I had a few super chat questions. Let me see. Somebody said the volcano erupted in Russia signals the awakening of the bear, his cosmic roar. Aquarius, the water bearer, has tsunami warnings in Pacific Ring of Fire. What's your thoughts on this, Rod? I don't know what's going on with this.
The Great Bear is Ursa Minor and Ursa Major. This is what we call it, the Big Dipper, Little Dipper.
Mm-hmm.
And the galactic timing in the age of Aquarius is normally signaled by a lot of water phenomena. Floods, rainstorms, atmospheric river overrunning the atmospheric banks, it's pouring out on the earth, where it looked like water just pouring out the sky from nowhere, but it's not just pouring out from nowhere. That's the atmospheric river reaching its channel. It's becoming too full. That's the symbol for the spirit of the people of the earth becoming full, and overrunning and waking the people up. It's all symbolism until you know what it means, then it's telling you a story. And the story gonna always trace back to the holy drama.
Mm. Speaking of the holy drama, and we're talking about the Bhagavad Gita, one of the things it says in it is detachment. We hear a lot about detachment through different spiritual teachers. And one of the things that say is detachment is not that you own nothing. Detachment is that nothing owns you. I want you to elaborate on that a little bit, because when people talk about detachment, sometimes they could confuse it with, with something else, or think it means something that it doesn't mean. So what's your thoughts on this right here and what detachment is as far as the ancient meaning of detachment, Rod?
So when you look at ownership of material things, right? You can't take none of that stuff with you. Attachment is holding on to material things as if you can take them into the spiritual world with you. You already got all that stuff in the spiritual world. You just got to remember how to get it in the physical, because as above, so below. If you can activate it spiritually, you can activate it physically. The detachment is not to become obsessed with anything of the physical world, because it's passe. It's all coming and going. And it's going to come and go and come and go and come and go. It's elusive. Once you try to trap it, that's when it break free. But as soon as you let it be free, that's when it condensate on your presence. Right? So people chasing the bag can't never get rich. But the people that don't give a damn, they care, but not too much. They filthy. That's the difference.
Yeah. I seen when we was talking about the writings, a lot of people in the chat started talking about, them writing and them being left-handed or right-handed. One thing I noticed, Rock, because I play the piano, and even when not just I play the piano, when let's say I have ideas that I write with my left or right hand, I notice my right hand has a different personality than my left hand, Rod. So my left hand, if I play a melody with my left hand, it'll be different. It'll be some shit that my right hand don't think of. Same thing when I'm writing. If I want to think about some thoughts, depending on what hand I use, because I practice using both, a different thought will arise. So this is some shit that we're not used to tapping into, because we're only used to using one hand. So talk to me about, do you think it would be easier to tap into ancient knowledge as if we're right-handed, we started writing with our left hand or using our left hand more? What is it about the different personalities of the right and left hand, Rod?
The personality difference is the side of the brain. The right hand is using the father side, linear logic. The left hand is using the mother side, abstract. Artists who are ambidextrous have a higher output of creativity than the ones who can only use one hand.
Yeah.
Right. You ever seen a child start school in the kindergarten and he left-handed, and they keep focused, put it in his right hand, they shifting that child. They don't want him in his right brain. So if you ain't right, what are you? You wrong as hell.
That's a good one.
So they do that on purpose. But some of the children is defiant to them forcing them to write with the right hand. Why? Because the influence of the mother line is so strong it overtakes the child left brain with the right brain. So now they right brain dominant. They more abstract. They more apt to be proficient in the arts and the entertainment field than they are in science and technology.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow.
So you look at your left hand. That's your feminine expression of your higher self. When you look at your right hand, that's your masculine expression of your physical self. So it's the spiritual you and the physical you. We used to be ambidextrous, but that was systematically attacked by the patriarchs to try to keep us from ever accepting matriarchal influence by turning off the right brain of as many masculine entities as possible, then rape them to ruin them, physically rape them to ruin them. Now they not fit to rule no more. They did that on purpose. They know what they doing. Slimy ass. They did it on purpose.
Yeah.
That's why you always hear me call out them rogue pedophile cross-dressing drag queen priests.
Right.
Pedophile priest cults. Right? Because they know what they doing. If I didn't think they knew what they was doing, I wouldn't be hard on them. But because I know that they know what they doing because they wrote about it. They wrote about the dirt they did and they celebrated it in secret and then they condemned it in the public. Right? That's why they got to have all that secret squirrel shit going on. While they doing a secret squirrel, they can celebrate all of the wickedness that they do among their peers, but they'll come out and tell us, we not doing no dirt. That's y'all out there. Y'all the criminals. Lock them up. We need a crime bill. We need a war on drugs. They bringing the dope over here, and the same people declaring the war on drugs. They're creating circumstances and situations. That way, you don't have to micromanage anybody.
Yeah.
You could create the condition, and the people will respond to the condition by nature. We've been in a perpetual state of war, but we didn't know who the enemy was, so we just fought anybody close.
Yeah. So
we fighting him because I wear blue, he wear red. I wear my cap to the right, he wear his to the left. Come on now. Can we find a better reason to fight each other? Like he broke in my house and tried to rape my sister, so I broke him up. You know, that's a better reason than because he got his hat turned to the left and mine turned to the right. He from a different tribe than I'm from. They turned us against each other. They deliberately sent infiltrators in these programs. They wrote about them. The FBI snitch program. They wrote about it. They got documentaries on it. And they telling you exactly how they infiltrate us in those videos. But we don't know, we don't believe we're in a police state, and we don't believe we've been warlocked for 400 years. So as long as we don't believe it, you can't get out of the condition that you don't accept exists, because now you be fighting in vain. You don't believe it exists. Even though you can see all of the symptoms of it, we're not in control of our economics. We're not in control of our education. We're not in control of our entertainment. We're not in control of our labor, from where we going to work at, how we going to work, when we going to go. We're not in charge of politics. We're not in charge of the religions of the world. Who is in charge? Because I got some questions for them suckers. But they hide and they do everything secret, so they look like they innocent, but they not innocent. They the dirt dealers. Right? They the ones running the kind games on the most amount of people. And they say that the bigger the kind is, the easier it is to run. And that's why we've been trapped in this American corporate kind game for 235, 240 years. Right? Because we didn't know, we thought it was real. We didn't know they was a running game on us. We thought that they was legit. They not legit. We the only ones legit. The original organic Mississippi, ruddy red clay dirt, walking around the land with this nappy hair to the wavy hair to the straight hair. Right? We came in multiple skin complexions. We didn't just start having light brights recently. That's old. We used to call them the children of the moon when they was lighter than like these Europeans like. But we had them. They was called the children of the moon. You could read about them in Isis Unveiled by Madame Blavatsky. When she talk about the root races, then she talk about the moon race. And the moon race was the ones who was the light brights before Caucasians came along.
What happened
Today
to that?
we would call Ashurics and Syriacs, right? But most of them just, amalgamate back into the main line. And then you end up with these $7.50 Indians. They $5 Indians mixed with real organics. So they $7.50 Indians. They ain't $5 Indians.
Wow. That's $7.50 Indian. Wow. This brother here had a question in terms of the Bhagavad Gita. He wants to know about the 6 types of aggressors.
Right. That goes to the art of war. That's where the art of war is referenced in the Gita. And it's talking about the character types in the war. It's the same. They teach about it in any psychology class. They're called personality types. Right. And the 6 types of aggressor is the 6 agitators. The character types that's most likely to be an agitator in the circumstance that's conducive to him being a aggressor in his personality type based on his surroundings.
Let's get to some questions before we get out here from the people in the chat. Let me put my brother Rod Hayes Cash App up here for those who inquire about donating. Let me see, SikApe. All right, so we're gonna get to some Q&A. I'm interested in knowing what's on your minds. Powerful topic, the Bhagavad Gita. We're dealing with ancient texts for today's awakening. The brother Rod Hayes, if you would like to show the brother financial support. Somebody asked about Cash App. It's up on the screen. Rod Hayes Cash App, $ SikApe, SIKAPE. All right, y'all. Make sure you'll show the brother Rod Hayes some love, the Cash App love, and we're gonna get to some Q&A before we get out of here. All right. We're gonna start with this first one. What do you feel is the message of the Bhagavad Gita? I guess you kind of already touched on this, but what do you feel the message is of the Bhagavad Gita? I guess the overall message.
The overall message is, in this spiritual war, don't be surprised who your adversary turn out to be.
Woo! Shit. Don't be surprised. What Biggie said in that song? He said, "Your mama have that ass line." What he said? Damn. And with 10 Crack Commandments, I think it was.
Yeah,
Your mama
he
had
said,
ass. You properly
I
gathered.
can't remember. Yeah,
If y'all remember Biggie's line, he said something about his mom's in 10 Crack Commandments about how your own mother will set you up. If y'all remember, put it in the chat. Anybody who remembers that. But yeah, that's powerful, Rod. That is powerful. I'm gonna take questions about the Bhagavad Gita first. So if you have any particular questions, let me see about the Bhagavad Gita. Let me put it in the chat. Okay, well,
I ain't read that book in about 20 years.
Yeah, wow. Damn. Somebody said ask Rod about the 90-foot statue of Hanuman they just unveiled in Texas.
The size of it matters. 90 feet. I'll have to go and look at the symbolism around it, because the name of the city, the road it's on, all that stuff matter. It's a sign. And Hanuman, Bobby Hemming talked about Hanuman too, by the way, if y'all want. But Hanuman is the Indian Monkey King, who is similar to Sun Wukong in China. And the Buddha called him Hanuman because he could do anything. So I'm not sure what their motive was. I have to read into it because it's going to be some signs that will explain why they put it there and what was the motive.
Yeah, I think that's the line from Biggie. Your mama be in the bushes waiting to light that ass up, properly gassed up.
Yeah, properly gassed up. Your mama in the bushes waiting to light that ass up.
Shout out to Notorious B.I.G. Great lyricist. Great lyricist. Somebody says, what does it mean when you return with a sacred symbol imprinted on your skin?
You had a spiritual initiation. If you're talking about when you wake up out of your sleep, you went through a spiritual initiation on either the fourth or fifth dimension, and you had to bring a physical reminder in order to jar your senses so that you can activate that energy in the 3D. Same with birthmarks.
Mm-hmm. You got a birthmark, Rod?
I don't, but a lot of people that got birthmarks is telling us, like, for instance, in some cultures, they look for an heir that have a familial birthmark that only the heir has.
Mm-hmm.
And the islands, Tonga, Samoa, they really big on it, but they keep it concealed so that the settlers wouldn't exploit them with it.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So that's what those symbols be. People wake up with scratches on them. They be done went through a spiritual initiation, and sometimes they be done fought off some real wicked, nefarious forces, and you come out with the physical. It's like Morpheus told Neo in the Matrix. The mind makes it real.
Mm-hmm. Mm. Let me this next question. Let me get to this next one. I just seen something here. Where did it go? Somebody said, what does the Bhagavad Gita predate?
It predates the Bible, the Quran, the Torah. Well, all of that stuff is fairly new, but it's just reworks of ancient tech. It's older than the Ethiopian Bible. It's pretty old.
Mm-hmm. Is it older than the Sumerian text?
I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's get to
I seen somebody say I must have knew Badine Bishop Wine in the shot. I worked at a club on the west side called Brick Social Club, and I met him in there like 2 or 3 times, but we never carried on any conversation of any significance.
Mm-hmm.
I was working as a bouncer, and my extended the conversation with, excuse me, brother, can you let these people pass? Thank you, I appreciate
it. Indeed. Somebody said, any significance of Cleopatra during this time?
Cleopatra was 2,000 years ago, and Cleopatra was way after the Gita.
Mm-hmm. What because
Sanskrit is the oldest language that's still spoken. It's the oldest language that's still spoken from the ancient world.
What?
All of these other languages, Latin and Greek and the derivatives, those are all languages that's under 4,000 years old.
What's the oldest language? What are you talking about?
Sanskrit, the language that the Gita is written in.
Sanskrit, okay.
Right. It's the oldest continuously still spoken language. You have some ancient cultures around the world, but a lot of us has been infiltrated by foreign additions to the local language. But English borrowed a lot of words from Sanskrit, like the word avatar is the Sanskrit word.
Avatar. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Avatar is a Sanskrit word. It's not English. The word Aryan, not English. The word Aryan is a Sanskrit word, and it don't mean what they tell us it means. The original Aryans they call them the untouchables now, but they got removed from they seats of power, them was Inky kids got removed and replaced with Enlil kids that he had with an Earthborn.
Mm-hmm. Who originally rocked what's the origin? Like we talk about the origin of certain things. We knew Hitler was deep into the occult, and he started snatching symbols and shit. He had the swastika. Who originally rocked the swastika?
The
Rod?
swastika was a symbol from the ancient world that was global. And then it really originally, before they flipped it backwards, it originally meant balance with nature. But when they flipped it backwards, they meant imbalance with nature, belligerent to nature, and it was being used by Hitler to expose the pedophile priest cult.
What you mean?
And he came through the Thule Society.
Yeah. So what you say balance? What do you mean, like balance with the feminine and masculine?
Balance with the feminine and masculine, and balance with the world around you. So let's say I got a village that I'm feeding and I need to feed them and I got to go on a hunt. We didn't just hunt and just kill something and be done with it. We did a spiritual cleansing process before the hunt. Then when we killed the animal, we did a ceremony over the animal as we took the entrails out and spilt the blood on the ground. All of those things was overseen by priests that used to attend the hunt with the soldiers, with the warriors, with the ones that went out and did the hunt. Now they just take it to the slaughterhouse and slaughter it. But if you get something that's kosher or something that's halal, they have to follow the ancient processes. That's why it's kosher. That's why it's halal, because they following ancient practices in the cleansing of the carcass that they're about to consume.
Is there any connection, Rod? You talked about Yahweh being see, I got the hat here. You talked about Yahweh being a title representing one who could balance the masculine and feminine. Is there a connection then between the original swastika and the whole the title of Yahweh being that it's both dealing with balancing masculine and feminine? No? Yes? What?
No, the swastika predate the word Yahweh.
Predates Hebrew. That's why it predates the whole.
Yeah.
So Sanskrit is way older than Hebrew. Hebrew's like one of the newer languages.
Yeah, the Hebrew is probably around 8,000 years old, but Sanskrit is at a minimum of 60,000 years old. Those scrolls you've seen, some of them scrolls date back 200,000-300,000 years.
Woo, man. So what about the glyphs in Kemet? How old is those? The hieroglyphs? How old is that?
Those are about 7,000 years old.
Oh, so that's fairly new.
Yeah. But you got to remember, when Kemet was originally built, they didn't put hieroglyphics on everything.
Right.
But when the dynastic period came about, they began to write the hieroglyphics that was in the scrolls in the stone. And this was because they had a prophecy that the human was going to go into a Kali Yuga. And he was going to be ignorant to who he is. So they had to put stuff in writing so we can discover it while we got amnesia and use it as a map to break the amnesia on. The first one that can break it on themselves and tell everybody else how to break it. But once you understand the mechanics of the conjure, it don't work on you no more, because your spiritual defenses will begin to put protection in those areas by nature. This is why they had to do everything secret squirrel, and we do everything blatant in their face, out in the open. No retreat, no surrender. We just telling you what it is, and follow the oral tradition and inform as many of the clans people as possible, because we want to empower our tribes. We don't want to take the power and concentrate it on one individual or two individuals. We want everybody to have a say. In the tribal way, if a 2-year-old got a coherent question, the adult obligated to ask it to the one who have the answer.
Right. But I just seen a question. They want to know, is the Bhagavad Gita designed to help connect you to your soul? Right.
It's wisdom teachings in there. Anything that you learn on Earth, you gotta remember, it's unified field theory. All things are interconnected. Being exposed to ancient information is telling you something you knew before you was indoctrinated. There's something that you instinctively knew. Anything that you instinctively knew before you was indoctrinated into ignorance, it is an attempt to wake you up from the slumber. All of those ancient scrolls can facilitate your awakening. They got another one called the Zendavesta. That's from the Middle East. You have the Vedas, which is also a Hindu scroll.
The Bob
Right.
Bob used to talk about the Rig Vedas. The Rig Vedas.
That's also Hindu scroll.
Yeah.
Right. And all of these different texts, they're gonna do something different in the neurology. They're gonna affect the brain different, the information and how you perceive it. If you go in there with your Christian dogma mindset of everything evil but the church, you're gonna just be confuse yourself worse than you was before you went in there. But if you go in with an open mind and a clear conscience and you just a truth seeker, you're gonna open up something in yourself that's gonna allow you to go further.
Right. Rod, they want to know, are any cities in North America corresponding to cities in India that may affect us on the land?
We got twin cities all over. Not sure that it's one city in America that's a corresponding city to India. I think the only similarities I can immediately identify is New Orleans is equivalent to Bengali, the ancient city of India, because it's the oldest city that's still inhabited in India. And New Orleans is the oldest capital still inhabited in America.
Indeed. Somebody keeps asking this in the chat. I'm gonna let Rod answer your question because you done posted this question 7 times. They want to know, can you speak on the alignment, the Earth between 4 gas giant?
The gas giants are speaking of certain types of planets. And I think we only got 2 in our solar system, is Jupiter and Saturn, if I'm not mistaken. But the other ones are in the planetary trail behind Nibiru. Right. And the alignment that he's talking about is a planetary alignment when Nibiru comes by, and they are juxtaposed. The 4 of them are juxtaposed at only for a short period of time, and it activate higher energies. But the specifically, that's happens every probably 36,000 years or so, whenever Nibiru makes its orbit.
Right. Somebody said, can you speak on taste mentioned in the Gita? Bittersweet, sour, etc.
Well, you can study the science of taste and get that explained for yourself. That's an easy topic to research. It's talking about the it's just giving him all of these little tidbits of understanding to look at things with the spiritual lens in the physical world. All these little tidbits that Lord Krishna is giving Arjuna is like keys to waking up. You looking at taste, you look at sound, smell, sight, you're talking 5 senses. And this is just the breakdown of the sense of taste.
Indeed. This is a question for me. Somebody said, Brother Rich, have you sent out the replay of the gathering? But I haven't received the replay. I started sending them out. You'll get the files are actually they're like 50 gigabytes. So I'm sending out a download. So it's taking a little longer. But half of y'all probably got it. That's in the chat. But you will get it soon, Nelly Barker. You will get it soon. But I am in the process of sending it out. So you will get it soon, Nelly Barker. Somebody says, what did they call the land of India in Bhagavad Gita?
I don't remember. They got a name for it in there, but I don't remember.
Okay. Let's see what else. About this. Does Rod know anything about some called mitochondrial Eve?
Mm-hmm. That's just the oldest continuous line from women that's been tested from around the world. The common mitochondrial ancestor is known as mitochondrial Eve.
Mm.
They got a National Geographic edition and a documentary on mitochondrial Eve, and they got one on what they call primordial Adam.
Mm. Indeed, indeed, indeed. All right, we're gonna do 2 more questions, then we're gonna get out of here. Somebody said, can Rod touch, where is it at? On geomancy. Can Rod touch on geomancy?
That's the magical science, earth magic science, using the earth element as the primary instrument of your magical practice is called geomancy, or charming of the earth. Is what it translates as, earth charming.
Indeed, indeed. All right, all right. All right, last question for the night. Are there, what y'all be saying? Are there two space and outer space above us and inner space in the ocean? Do you understand this?
I have no fucking clue what that's saying.
Brother, y'all gotta, I told y'all this before, the grammar. Y'all gotta, I know y'all gotta get this so we could understand, what y'all saying. You gotta get your grammar together. Let me see. Yeah. Okay, where's this? Maya Mystic wants to know, how do Rod feel about chaos magic and sigils? Can it save the children?
Chaos magic is the ability to use every form of magic that you encounter. That's what true chaos magic is. You're not strictly stuck in one discipline. You use what works. And sigils is a badass science. That's one of the coldest stuff because you can activate the sigil, you can write the sigil, and you can use the sigil indefinitely, and it's going to work. Sigil, I refer a lot of people that ask me to sigil magic because it's the same as writing an app for the brain.
Woo! Come on, Rod.